So we do have some certificates for students. We're going to stand as our process usually is, right, Dr. Fair? We're going to call, stand and be recognized, and we'll move from there. You're going to call your name. Alex Brown. Come on, guys, round of applause. Katie Lynch. And Hannah Madsen. Second award is Karen Newton. Evan Nicholas. Karen Savari. Jessica Walsh. And we got one more. We got one more before we get late. And Bryce Cockrell.
And he's given me the pleasure of...
And last but not least, Leonard Varia.
Parents of any of these wonderful students, would you please stand and be recognized too?
Oh, Hannah, we have yours.
There she is.
Yeah.
Hannah Madsen.
We are very proud of you and your achievements. We know that there'll be many more to follow. Thank you.
We would also like to thank two members of the school committee who are actually actively involved in two of the projects that they were interviewed. Ms. Benson was very gracious for her time, as was Ms. Cockrell. Both were interviewed on their memories of Brown University and Morgan Education. So we thank both of them for their participation.
Where do we go next? What happens next?
We go to the University of Maryland.
Wonderful. The Terps, right?
Yes, that's correct. The Tarpons, I believe. Yes. So it'll be exciting.
That'll be great. Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you mind them turning around so that we may see them? Their badges?
That's what you look for.
All of us, on behalf of like everyone who participated, should thank Mr. we'd like to thank Mr. Varia as a group for making us do this, and pushing us all.
He's mentored us all the way through. So
And your support and everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Varia.
Thank you again.
Thanks again.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say something about Mr. Berry. Mr. Berry,
Mr. Varia.
I want to find something to punish my son for.
Mrs. Benson would like to take the floor for a moment.
I would just like to take a minute of your parents' time and tell you that Mr. Varia and this project has been going on for the last, how many years you've been in the system?
I've been in the system for 24 years.
I think I've been working with him and various students for the last 14 years. And to say that we have a jewel, so often we hear the bad things about teachers. And they always say teachers, teachers, teachers. But I want to say to you in front of the school committee and to give Dr. Fear a little bit of history, this man has worked hard. I've been dealing with his students for the last 15 years. And I'll have to congratulate you, Miss Murray. Where's Murray? The little Apponaug Circle boy's daughter. Are you, Jessica? Well, you know, everybody on Apponaug Circle was either a fireman or a policeman. So you always call the Watchers the Murrays and the Murrays the Watchers, and the Gardners. And congratulations, especially congratulations to you, because your father was in my 3rd class when I came to North Kingstown.
Thank you, yeah.
How about?
2 seconds.
And now for those who were standing, we have seats.
And Marty, I didn't know yours was that old. I'm getting old. I was with your wedding.
All right. Without further ado, we'll move into the rest of the agenda. Item 1B, at our last school committee meeting on April 28th, I had announced that I had my intention to go ahead and step away from the chairmanship of the school committee. And tonight on the agenda, we were going to move through the reorganization of the school committee and move to that vote. Again, before we do that, I'd just like to say it's been my pleasure to do this from late 2006 till now. I know I've got personal responsibilities in my job that will pull away that are just going to keep me from being able to do this effectively, and the school committee needs its full-time attention. So if there isn't a problem from the school committee, I'll ask if there's no objection that we accept my resignation as the chairperson. Mr. Cerisi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of your voluntary resignation from chair, I'll make a motion at this time to accept your voluntary resignation as chairman of the school committee.
I will second it regretfully, but it's your volunteer.
It is. It has to be that way. So if there's any conversation, we'll go to a vote. Dr. DeFrancis.
I just want to say that when you think about, I was trying to think of how long you've been chairperson, and when we think about 2006, 2007, 2008, it's not just 2 years. It's also been a lot of, I think, transitions for the district. It's a new contract, new superintendent, lots of changes, lots of good changes, lots of positive things that were difficult. And I know personally I appreciate your leadership, and I appreciate the time and the effort that you extended towards us as a committee, to work as a committee and towards this community. So thank you.
Very much appreciated. Thank you for the kind comments. Without further ado, what I'll do at this point, now that motion's been accepted, as we do in the biennial meetings,
You haven't voted. It was a motion and
a motion and a second. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. All in favor of the acceptance of the resignation?
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Now that's done. So what's happened in biennial meetings in the past, Mary Ann's shaking me off.
This is not a biennial meeting. This is a meeting midterm, so you have a vice chair. She takes over.
Okay.
The policy says that the superintendent should take over if you were totally reorganizing, like at the end of a term, but you presently have a vice chair. She needs to take over the meeting.
Okay, great. So I'll turn the gavel over to Dr. DeFrancis, who will be calling for nominations.
Okay. I'm going to go right into that now?
That's the next step.
Call for nominations for chair. We combine chair with vice chair. Or are we doing that on separate? Mary Ann, is that?
Whatever, make a motion, and then somebody needs to make a motion.
Okay. April.
Yes, I'll make a motion to nominate Dr. Janice DeFrancis as chair and Larry Cerisi as co-chair of the North Kingstown School System.
I'd like to second that motion.
Chair or vice chair?
The combined
Vice
motion.
chair, I'm sorry, vice chair.
It was
Yeah, vice chair.
And Mel?
I second that motion.
Discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No.
No.
Call a roll call vote.
Roll call vote, please,
Do I
so that we can have it for the record.
I'm not sure if you can vote.
Roll call? Melvoy Benson?
Yes.
April Burnell?
Yes.
Larry Cerisi?
Yes.
Renee Cockrell? No. Janice DeFrancis? I didn't realize I get to vote, but yes. Kimberly Page? No. Douglas Roth?
Can I wait for a comment for a moment?
You have to vote. No comments in order. we'll get a legal opinion.
No, I respectfully ask for a comment, please, if that's all right, Janice. I don't support the combining of the two. I support one for chair and not the other for vice, so I don't know how to vote.
Abstain.
So I guess I have to abstain from the vote.
You can vote no, or you can abstain.
So I guess I'll abstain from the vote.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Congratulations.
If I could just suggest to the committee that we just, we take a 1 or 2 minute quick recess just to give the committee an opportunity to reorganize.
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye. Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary.
I can't support that together.
Karen, hold on 1 minute.
I'll be over there.
Buzz, you want my keys? You want my keys? If you wanted to get them. No,
Switch?
I meant to change your clothes. Oh, you didn't want it? Okay. All of the papers. So he's going to hold that over.
Make a copy of this.
We have to move seats and everything. I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity to move, you know.
But when we go in open session.
Policy Subcommittee meeting at 9 a.m. at the Central Administration Building, and a Consolidation Committee meeting at 4:30 at the Town Hall. On Tuesday, May 20th, there'll be a school committee business meeting at 7 p.m. at the Administration Building. On May
I think this is very disrespectful to the citizens.
On May 21st, there'll be no school for students for Professional Development Day. On May 22nd, there's a Facilities Management and Planning Committee at 6 p.m.
Excuse me. Oh, you can? Okay, great.
in the Administration Building. On May 26th, there is no school, and all school offices will be closed for Memorial Day.
I have a concern about We have a presentation, which we did, and we'll move to citizens' comments. Is there a sign-up sheet today? No? Okay. Please state your name.
Yes, Richard August, 79 Apple Tree Court. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm a member of the Town Audit Committee, and I'd just like to take a moment and give you a very brief update on the whistleblower ordinance that I've talked to you about previously. Last night at the Town Council meeting, the first reading of the ordinance was held, and I have a very reasonable expectation that it will be passed. The second reading is now scheduled for June 9th, and I have provided to Mrs. Carroll and Mrs. Page, the chair of your policy subcommittee, marked up copies of that ordinance so that they can consider it with respect to the whistleblower policy that you all are considering. And I hope that the committee will, in a very soon meeting, have a vote to reaffirm your earlier unanimous vote to bring the school department under that ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Reich. I'm a parent of an 8th grade student at Davisville Middle School. I'm here tonight to discuss the change in the 8th grade graduation from an evening ceremony to a morning ceremony at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. I'm representing a number of parents who feel that the time is inappropriate for the majority of parents who work, since it requires us to take a day off from work in order to attend. A number of these parents are here tonight to show support, and I want to thank them. At this time, I want to give you a little history of the sequence of events. As you will see, I tried to follow proper channels and have ended up here as a last resort because no one in charge at DMS will listen to us. The first that most parents knew about this change was when we saw a March listserv stating that at the February 28th SAC meeting, it was voted to change the graduation from an evening to a daytime ceremony. A letter from Ms. Logan followed shortly thereafter, and that was also included in the next listserv. When I got the letter, I immediately wrote an email to Ms. Logan expressing my concerns, and when I did not get a timely response, I contacted a PTO officer who did not seem to know what I was talking about. After further explanation, he said he would contact Ms. Logan and he would get back to me. I then received an email from Ms. Logan a week after I had sent her mine. While she sympathized, she had to attend her children's daytime graduation from middle school and was not going to change the graduation time from the morning back to the evening. Because of that response, I told her that I would be attending the pasta supper at DMS at the end of March to talk with parents. I brought a petition with me and set myself up in the entrance to the school and talked with parents as they entered. I was harassed once by the PTO officer and twice by Ms. Logan. After the third time, I finally left because of the scene she was creating. I did get around 29 signatures, and most parents were not even aware of the change in graduation. Ms. Logan sent me some information home with my daughter and suggested I attend the SIT meeting on Wednesday, April 2nd. The meeting was held at the school at 7:20 a.m., making it difficult for parents to attend, and only one other parent besides myself was there. The rest of the members were teachers and administration. They went over the reasons for the change, and I let them know the parents' concerns about the time change. No one seemed to care what the majority of parents thought. The teachers were all in favor of the change. I then contacted the SAC members and DMS administration with an email that discussed why I felt the reasons for the change were not acceptable compared to the expense and inconvenience they were causing parents. I did not hear one word back from any of them concerning this email. I then got several parents together and we attended the SAC meeting on Thursday, May 1st at 5 o'clock p.m. Again, not a very good time for working parents. This was the first meeting the SAC had had since their February 28th meeting when they had changed the graduation time. I presented my petition. We talked about the fact that students also had a petition circulating, although it had not been presented. It was clear that they were not interested in hearing that the majority of parents want the time changed back to the evening. The chairperson said that the petition only represented 1% of the parents. I should point out that the SAC has only 4 parents, only 2 of which are 8th grade parents. After the SAC meeting, my husband emailed the school committee and superintendent concerning our and the other parents' concerns with the graduation time and the fact that no one will listen to us. Contrary to the listserv minutes of the SAC meeting, we are not selfishly pursuing our own personal interests, but that of many other parents, as witnessed by their attendance tonight and or names on my petition. I'm asking you to help me and all other working parents get the DMS graduation returned to an evening ceremony. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Roy Urban. I attended the SAC meeting on May 1st, 2008 at DMS to address my displeasure with the moving and timing of the 8th grade graduation. Through investigation into past listserv emails, it was learned that it was under the topic of class night. A lot of parents who received this email didn't realize this pertained to moving the location and especially the time of the event. It was stated that fire codes were mostly to blame, as well as fanfare and such. What was most surprising is the fact that Mrs. Logan abruptly left the room after only discussing this for about 5 minutes. It did not make us feel as though our cares or concerns were given any validation on her part. Democracy was demonstrated by the students who signed a petition, but the students were told that most of them didn't know what they were signing, and our democracy turned into a dictatorship. We as parents felt the same way. We also had a petition of 29 signatures, but no one even asked to see it. We left it on the table for them. We felt that Mrs. Logan was unconcerned with our questions, and her up and walking out at the beginning of the meeting was a sore reminder of previous administration. We were expected to accept it. The minutes were printed and sent out on a listserv to all parents. I felt it personally upsetting that we were called selfish. Selfish to voice an opinion. Also was stated that we wanted it changed to meet our own personal schedules. This is not true. We often take time out of work and schedules to accommodate our children as well as many other parents do. Our concerns were misquoted for all of the school to see. Have we not the right to question a change that we felt was disguised under a topic we did not recognize? Have we not the right to question why this motion was passed by only 5 SAC members? I have been a resident of this town for 43 years, and I believe that calling me names on a listserv sent out to all parents was dragging my name through the mud. Do we not teach our children in school during special assemblies that calling people names on the Internet is bullying? I feel as though I've been bullied by the SAC members. Is this the example we are setting for our children? I take time to fill out questionnaires sent home from school all year long. Why didn't they send a questionnaire home regarding the 8th grade promotion? We were told at the SAC meeting that we were only 1% of the parent population representing. I suppose in their eyes they felt this means we have no valid points, but 1% can turn into the majority. In the listserv sent to the parents, the SAC committee also states that I said I would go to the superintendent. No, I had already done that prior to the meeting. They said I would go to the school committee. Yes, I'm doing that now. They also said I would go to the press. Well, now it may be too late. I went to the SAC meeting to find out 2 things. 1, is there any way possible to change the 8th grade promotion back to the way it's been in previous years? And 2, why not? Neither question was answered. One more thing. I want to let you know that an apology letter was sent to one of the parents at the meeting for the above-noted listserv. To me, this is an admission of wrongdoing. I'd also like to note that I never received one, and that the apology should be included on the listserv for all the parents to see. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment?
Anyone else for public comment?
Jim McGuinn, 412 Chimney Rock. I think when you look at the room, people standing up on the wall, people in the corridor, it begs to switch it back to the other.
Can I just interrupt you for 1 second? If anyone would like a seat, there are seats in the back room where there's volume back there, speaker volume, so you could hear the meeting as well.
And the camera on a TV, so it's very comfortable there. You don't need to be standing.
But I just wanted to note that there's been a number of concerns before. First of all, congratulations on our new chair, the vice chair. I really do wish you success in your term. And the focus of accountability, transparency, and equity are really what it's all about. We just heard some students from Davisville, parents from Davisville speak up. It's not the first time that something has happened at a SAC meeting. And I think I have a request that I have from a prior SAC meeting over a year and a half ago that's never been heard. And I gave a request on January 8th. At the meeting, it was put into the minutes. It says Appendix B here. I also emailed the superintendent that night, and on March 18th, I also gave it to Mrs. Brunel to resubmit again. I've never been contacted on this. There's a policy you just implemented in December about meeting agendas, and I'd like to give this to the chairman.
Thank you.
I'd also like to reiterate with what Mr. August said. We're coming up on the 2-year anniversary when the Auditor General suggested that we have a whistleblower policy for school department employees. It took about 2 months to get one for town employees. And they're looking at a ordinance. And there was some discussion at the town council meeting this week about should the school committee have a separate policy, or should there be an ordinance that is referred to in the policy? Because with consolidation, you're going to have two people sitting on the same, as Mrs. Benson said, the same front seat of a pickup truck, and they're going to be covered by two different policies. And there's going to be problems as you do consolidate. So it is a good policy. It's taken a year to rewrite. It's gone through a lot of review. The ordinance, please, implement that as soon as possible before, the second-year anniversary comes and goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Barry?
Barry McPeak, President of NEANK. I'd like to know if I could make a few remarks in regards to some of the proposed budget cuts, just a couple of brief remarks, if I may. Number one, the teachers are very concerned about, it seems as though some of these budget cuts are pretty heavily weighted towards educational programming. Specifically, it seems as though we're basically proposing a diminishing of services to students. I mean, classroom services, teachers and students in the classroom. And I know you're all well aware of that's the important part of the school system. I'm not saying that, but it is very concerning to us that these program cuts seem to be heavily weighted on teachers and children, and that's very much a concern to us. Secondly, I'd like to say that in regards to the equity of cuts, it seems to be very heavy-handed to those people that work directly with children, and children, of course, in their programs, which is obviously of great concern to us. It's interesting, on the way over, I heard a very interesting commercial. Maybe you've heard it on a Cape Cod radio station that Massachusetts Teachers Association puts out, and it's a great commercial, and basically it says that we need to invest in our future, our new young leaders, and I think this school committee very much tries to do this in this community. I'm just saying that it's a great thought to hear out on public radio, because it's interesting that if you read the paper about a week or two ago, there was a huge comparison between Rhode Island and Massachusetts and how well Massachusetts is doing, fiscally, financially, very sound. So I really, we are very heartened by the direct services and how they seem to be heavy-handed towards the direct services as far as cuts, so we're concerned about the equity in those cuts. Thirdly, I'd like to say that about a week or two ago, I think a great vote was taken here, a collaborative effort of trying to reduce healthcare costs by joining the GHGRI, which Ned Draper worked hard on in the school committee, and I know the association is very much wanting to save money on healthcare benefits, which are very expensive. But what is a little concerning is to hear that with those cuts go towards restoring a administrative position and possibly benefits and compensation to administration. Again, I really hope our focus will be on the investment of children, classrooms, and programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I prepared a statement for my group regarding the staff reductions that are about to occur. If you'll indulge me a moment, I will read it. It is with great sadness that I come before you this evening. To my recollection, these past 2 days have been the most disheartening and difficult moments in my 18 years with this district. We have spent the last 2 days meeting with 20 paras, 2 clerks, and 3 custodians to inform them they are laid off or that their positions have been cut at the end of this school year. Unbelievably, with the recommended cuts in our support staff, the North Kingstown Education Support Professionals has sustained approximately 50% of the $2.3 million shortfall in this year's budget, as these cuts represent approximately $1 million from 30 job cuts and 4 resignations and or retirements, which will not be filled. Therefore, 34 support employees that deliver daily services to our students and schools will not be in place next year to fulfill those services. Who will do those necessary responsibilities each day? North Kingstown boasts of delivering excellent education and services, as well as safe teaching and learning environments for its students and staff. Let's be honest, the quality of those missions will definitely be compromised in the upcoming school year with a much smaller support staff in our schools. The numerous reductions in the paraprofessional staff, without a doubt, will severely impact the day-to-day operations in each of the schools. With such extreme reductions in support staff, it will not be long before the schools will be at the brink of dysfunction on a daily basis. Let me share some information with you. I know you've all heard the term core number, and it's been, kind of passed around. I want you to understand what that means. It's contract language in our contract, and it means it's the minimum number of non-instructional and instructional paraprofessionals per building designated by the total student population in each building. These core numbers will be expected to deliver service to all students and staff, not just special education students and programs. Paraprofessional reductions, what will that look like? The reductions result in 85 paraprofessionals remaining in our system. However, that number includes 12 bus paraprofessionals and 1 paraprofessional servicing a student in an out-of-district setting. This leaves 72 paraprofessionals, 66 highly qualified and 6 non-highly qualified to deliver all school-related support services to 9 schools, approximately 4,455 students, which includes about 765 students who receive special education services. By law, paraprofessionals must be highly qualified to deliver instructional support, but it does not require a paraprofessional to be highly qualified to deliver non-instructional services. This means that the 6 non-highly qualified paraprofessionals will not be working in the classrooms, resulting in only 66 paraprofessionals who will deliver direct service to all students in 9 schools. Do the math. It's not feasible. Stretching support staff responsibilities to the maximum will minimize the direct service time to students, impact other direct or indirect services, make continuity of services more difficult to maintain. Our concerns of coverage and safety, bus arrivals and dismissals. We are already having difficulty covering bus arrivals and dismissals on a daily basis, and this isn't just this year. It's been going on for the past 2 years, if not longer. Lunches, recess coverage, detentions, behavioral, you have to excuse me, I'm very new. Behavioral implementations, such as de-escalation services, intervention strategies, CPI, all of these things that are necessary, okay, when you're dealing with special education programs. And sometimes it means pull-out. Who's going to do the pull-outs? General supervision and monitoring within the buildings. Proper coverage for the special education students and programs, and I could go on and on. Our message to you tonight: we know and understand that Dr. Fear has to recommend a plan to balance next year's budget. We know and understand that your job is to review and make decisions based upon those recommendations. We also know and understand that as an elected official, you can address the public. Please, before you approve these staff reductions, do what you do best. Use your political savvy and know-how to reach out to your constituencies and fellow politicians in the community. Educate them. Let them know that we need public support to keep education in North Kingstown intact. I respectfully submit this to you, Sandy Blankenship, President of the North Kingstown Educational Support Professionals.
Sharon Schubert. I am a resident in town, and I also am co-chair of the Special Ed Local Advisory Committee. And I just would like to reiterate quickly that we are concerned. Dr. Fear did take the time to explain to us the staffing and what cutting 25 paraprofessionals and 8 teachers would look like. And it really is a concern to us, and we have expressed that to you, and we have talked to the Paraprofessionals Union and share their concerns with it. And what I'd like to see tonight when you get to this agenda item, I know it's a work session and you will allow public comment at some point, but I'd really like to see how these core numbers were worked out and what each building is going to look like specifically. If you, as a body, can ask those kinds of questions to get a really good picture of what the day-to-day is going to look like with the special ed programs in Davisville, for example, how many one-to-ones there are going to be. Obviously, the special ed students have to be provided for, and then there's also the regular education students, which are also a concern, because the paraprofessionals do a wonderful job, the teachers do a wonderful job. Everyone has really done a wonderful job. We're not saying that no one has. We're just concerned that this recommendation, how is that going to look day to day? And we'd like you to ask some of those questions so we can all get a really good picture of what it's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Warburton. I am the one of the 2 elementary. I'm the elementary, I should say. I'm very nervous as well. So I'm a technology educator, and I work primarily in the elementary schools. And I did email you all, and I won't take much of your time. I did understand that Mrs. Benson doesn't do email, so I'll hand deliver it. I don't know if anyone
Thank you.
needs a copy, but I'd like one to refer to. I just very briefly just would like to explain I understand, I've been told as of yesterday that my position is one of the positions that is slated to be eliminated for next year's budget. And up until, I would say, the end of last week, I was, pretty much ready to just, accept that. I'm a teacher, I have a job next year, I'm really not concerned with myself. I don't enjoy the fact that I will be, bumping someone entirely out of a teaching job in North Kingstown next year. But last week, several dozens of teachers and paras and, even administrators have spoken to me about, my position in what I do. And over the weekend, I really gave it some thought as to, what do I do? You kind of get into a mode of covering lots of different places many times. And I do cover 6 elementary schools. I'm very good at taking information from one school and throwing it in another one and saying, this worked here and that doesn't work there. And I've been able to implement the curriculum from K to 5, whether it be social studies, research, or math, or reading. And I've said this to numerous teachers that, the computer lab is the ultimate classroom for differentiated instruction. You can put, one kid learning phonics, and you can have another kid, reading a level Q book somewhere else, and you can have lots of different things going on without making yourself too crazy. I've had the wonderful experience of the last 2.5 years of working with, really great teachers and paras and, hundreds of kids. Someone recently told me there are 1,700 kids in the elementary schools, and now I'm understanding why I don't really remember anyone's name.
That's key.
But I do know all of the teachers' names, and I have had, the wonderful opportunity of helping, a teacher, whether it be once every other week with their class, or just, once at the end of a school year or the beginning of a school year to get a project up and running. And I just want to lay out, and I did try as hard as I could in my letter to just lay out the fact that, this program works. When I came to North Kingstown 7.5 years ago, I didn't know anything about technology, and the woman who, her name was Teresa, and she was here, and she was great. I had students that didn't speak English, and I didn't know what to do with them, and she had computer programs, and it worked, and it was like, wow, this is great. So I learned, and I, as in that model, have become very good at showing other teachers and students how to use technology properly and appropriately. And, I'm just going to leave you with, North Kingstown has invested a phenomenal amount of money and time in technology. And quite honestly, I think if you don't have someone in the schools, whether it be, 2 people, you need at least 2 people. Denise and I work very hard just trying to manage the 9 schools between the 2 of us. And quite honestly, I don't know how one person is going to be able to cover 9 schools and 4,500 kids, and I don't know how many teachers Barry might, plus the administration building. It's just, the thought of it is overwhelming, and quite honestly, I think that you just need to know what it is that you're going to cut, and if it needs to be cut, that's your budget to fill. But I just, on behalf of the teachers and the paras and the students, I would just ask that you keep that all in mind when you do make your decision tonight. And Denise and I will be available if you need any clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sharon Hazard, resident, and I'm talking about the vending. I've heard the vending dollars do a lot of good for the students in North Kingstown. The North Kingstown School Committee Policy Manual adopted a policy almost 3 years ago, on August 23rd, 2006. All vending machines in all school buildings were under the control of the Food Service Program. The cafeteria program would like to receive all vending profits from all machines beginning next September. As a representative of the support personnel, I have the responsibility to ask why hasn't the policy been carried out. Our department is not the only area that is hurt by the vending. Vending supported field trips, reduced federal reimbursement for the day of the district. Cafeteria program lunch sales are less on field days, and so are the a la carte sales. The labor cost is still the same, no matter what. The free reduced students are notified on field trip announcements that a brown bag can be provided by cafeteria service. They subsidize bag lunch, does not compete with the mall food courts and the restaurants in South Kingstown and Warwick. Free reduced eligible students are only reimbursed the district receives from the field trip. The two groups benefit from the vending dollar contribution to field trips. We have been working nonstop toward opening a break-even program. We only ask that you support the decision made in August 23, 2006 for food services to control all vending machines. Thank you.
Thank you. No further public comment. Move to the routine items, correspondence. Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. I just have correspondence that I think we've all received from several parents at Davisville Middle School regarding the Davisville Middle School listserv and the 8th grade graduation that I'm just going to submit for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim?
I have a couple of things, or actually I have one piece to read from the high school, just to announce that, I'm sorry, I always have problems with his name. Giuliani Reeson has been selected as winner of the National Merit Scholarship, $2,500 scholarship. He was one of our 2 National Merit finalists this year, and of the 1.4 million high school students who took the PSATs in their junior year, there were 2,500 National Merit scholarships given out yearly. So he has also received national recognition in the Art Scholarship Award, as I announced last time. Also, Ms. Norma Kayaza and the North Kingstown High School Strings Ensemble received an A+ superior rating recently at the State Orchestra Festival. Ms. Karen Dugan and her AP Calculus students finished second in the recent Calc Bowl state competition, and there were also colleges and other high school teams there. Mrs. Dennis Manseri from the Careers Department has just received her doctorate from Johnson & Wales University, so we can say congratulations to her. And also Mr. Jay Walsh was before his doctoral committee at Rhode Island College. This says next week, but I believe since it was sent to me last week, that it was probably this week.
I don't know.
Also, we had at the high school, had a first place state essay winner for the ASTSP, the Spanish competition, and that was Miss Georgina Torres. So we thank her, and of course we've also thanked the high school people. So I'll turn that in.
Thank you. Anyone else? No?
I received correspondence related to what Mr. Cerisa has given, so I won't give mine related to the issue at Davisville Middle School and the commencement, and I also attended the jazz concert at the high school and would like to congratulate the teachers on that. And I have a piece here on the language honors night. And of course I'd like to urge other members of the school committee, this is the busiest time, but it's nice to go out and see what the children are doing. And I didn't bring you the correspondence, but I do have a copy of the program that they had at Davisville Middle School called Diversity Night. And it was very, very successful. Large number of parents with their children. I want us to take note to that the parents were with their children in attendance at Diversity Night, and the students had their projects displayed. So, I know I'm a long talker, but these things are important, because because we as a school committee cannot cooperate without the cooperation of parents. And I just want to congratulate all the parents, and I did hear some disturbing news concerning correspondence as things is related to the schools, so I will close by asking you, when are we going to take in consideration some of the things that was mentioned during parents and people's comments in our meeting? Will we be considering any of those tonight or discussing any of them? I think the Davisville Middle School graduation is of utmost importance. I know the open meeting law states that we cannot take a vote, but we can comment on parents and audience comments. So I would like to know how that would be, so that the parents could at least know that we are listening to them.
Marion, where do we have that? Comments?
You don't have it on your agenda, so there's nothing you can do, but you can refer it to the superintendent and ask her to look into it and report back to the committee on how she, on the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that the consent of the committee to ask Dr. Fair to look into that and bring that back to the school committee next Tuesday?
No, certainly not as a vote, but actually it's her call, so she would need to report back to you on the status.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. All agree with that? Okay, we're not.
Thank you. That's the proper way.
Thank you. April?
Yes, Doug gave me his correspondence. He had to leave. This is in regards to the minutes. This is a correspondence, I'll pass it down, from Kathy Brown. And it was a request on the minutes of April the 8th that she had asked, and we agreed that her comments on number 15 would be added to the minutes. So Doug wanted me to submit that request back in, so when we get to consent agenda, we can work on that.
Okay.
And then the second thing is that I would like to take this time to acknowledge receiving a letter in our packet from Bill Mudge on outlining why he feels this budget is not compliant with certain laws and town charters. And I'm submitting this to the administration. I just wanted to say that I know Ned left the room, but as school committee members, we're relying on... where is there? You duck underneath? I need to make sure we're compliant with any regulations or laws, as we are not experts in this area. One of the things that Bill was saying, and I'm not going to go through this whole thing because it's huge, is that not all the revenues and expenditures are included in the budget. And he provides specific details about all the reasons why he feels the budget is not compliant on page 2 of his letter. Mel, Larry, and I voted against the budget for a number of reasons and concerns, and I would just like to submit this tonight with my request that this letter will be reviewed and the administration will ensure that we are compliant. There was some confusion one time about correspondence and how do you officially get in the record, so do I submit it, even though all of us got it, do I submit it at this time? Is that what happens?
I believe Marion said if you want it to be part of the official record, a school committee member would have to submit it as correspondence into the record.
So as part of official record, I'm submitting my copy.
Okay, I understand.
So thank you very much.
Is that it for correspondence? Okay. A disclosure of executives. No.
Excuse me. Speaking about the correspondence, will this come later, a letter from the Portsmouth School Department?
That's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda? Okay, I've heard so much tonight.
For a disclosure of executive session votes.
There was a vote taken in executive session to allow testing of a child and be allowed into first grade if that had passed. There was also another motion to approve the minutes of the past executive session meeting that was unanimously approved, and a motion to seal the minutes of this executive session held tonight was unanimously approved. And also a motion to adjourn from the executive session and into open session that was unanimously approved.
Okay, move to, yeah, okay, exemptions on the consent agenda. Celine?
I was not in attendance for the April 8th and April 22nd, so if we could just exempt that to vote on that separately so that I could abstain. I don't think I should approve those minutes as I was not in attendance.
1 and 2?
Yes, so no changes, but just,
Okay.
I need to vote separately.
Any other exemptions? April?
Well, I was going to exempt C1 or to be able to discuss the change of Kathy Brown's. I noticed that there's 2 D3s, so the second D3.
Go. Okay. Ken?
There's not anything else, I'll make a motion to approve, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, thanks. I'm sleeping at the wheel. D, excuse me, D as in Delta 1, all of Delta D1.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, now if there isn't any other exemptions, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda except for the exempted items.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, C1?
So that's just basically a request from Kathy Brown on number 15 to have her comments added to the minutes. Therefore, we would not be voting on them tonight. They'd have to come back to us.
So, hopefully we can make a motion to table them if it...
I'll make a motion to table them.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Can we just make a motion to add her requests as she stated to the minutes?
No.
Mary Ann?
Do you have a copy of her request so you know what it is exactly?
Yes, that was submitted in correspondence.
I believe it was submitted last time, but I don't think you voted on it. That's why I just attached it to the minutes. They're attached to the minutes. Her correspondence from last time.
Right, but
She didn't
they're
actually
attached
vote
to
on
the
it.
back of the minutes. They're not
In the minutes.
not in the minutes, and it makes it difficult if people are pulling through minutes to read an attachment, because they don't know. If it says on number 15, see attachment in the back, maybe that would be okay, but...
I just make a suggestion to simplify it. If you make a motion to approve the minutes with the amendment of number 15, Ms. Brown's comments added.
Ditto. That would be great.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Well, I think that just was the motion
So
to
just-
amend it, the amendment. So now we have to vote on the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Okay. And that's C22?
C2.
C2 for April 22nd.
I'll make a motion to approve.
You have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? This was on C2, April 22nd?
Yeah, Renee just wanted to...
Renee just was going to abstain on that. Okay, all in favor of...
Aye.
Abstain. Okay, motion passes to accept C2. And D1?
Thank you, Dr. DeFrancis. I just had a quick question. I don't know if it's for Ned or for Debbie from HR or for both, but, and I briefly discussed this earlier today. Coaches' stipends, coaches' stipends are budgeted for and paid from the general fund. Summer camp coaches' stipends are paid from the revenue received for the tuition paid for summer camp. So the stipends that the coaches are receiving from summer camp do not come out of the general fund budget. They come from the revenues received from the tuition collected for summer camp. My question is, how do we determine what the summer camp coaches' stipends will be? I know for the the school team coaches stipends, that's determined by contract, by a formula used in the contract, but how are we determining what the coaches stipends are going to be in summer camp?
I couldn't answer that right now.
So my concern is who's setting these amounts of stipends that the coaches are going to receive in summer camp? And some may argue that the revenue to pay for those stipends is not coming from the general budget, that it's coming from the camp tuition. But my counter-argument to that is the more we pay out in coaches' stipends for summer camp, the less revenue collected from the summer camp that goes towards the students. Because the revenue that's collected from summer camp tuitions goes towards the students and goes towards various activities and athletic programs. So the more we pay out in coaches' stipends during those summer programs, the less revenue that goes towards the students and the students' activities. So my question is who's setting the amount of stipends that we're paying out?
I do know that the athletic director will be here for the later discussion regarding the athletic budget, and he'll probably be able to speak to how they set those rates.
I just don't want, I strongly support the summer camp, and I think it's a great program for the kids, but I just can't blindly approve these stipends that are being paid out, some in very high amounts that, like I said, funding is deterred from programs for students. So until we have answers to those questions and some clarification, I would ask that we table D as in Delta 1 at this time.
Right.
Yes, that's a motion.
Second?
I second the motion.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Same, because I wasn't here for this, whatever you guys just talked about.
We're talking about summer camp.
Okay, we'll table that until
Beginning of
the
it.
athletic director comes through, and we can maybe ask that question at that point and bring it back up. Okay, the other exemption was 3A on the second page. And who had that?
I had that. Yeah, I'd just like to take a moment in thanking Mr. Paul Lombardi, assistant principal at Wickford Middle School this year, but he was also at the high school for many, many years, and I just couldn't just exempt it away without taking a moment to say to him, thank you very much for all his years of service to all of us, and I wish him well in his retirement.
Okay, so making a motion here, Mel?
Before we make a motion, I'd like some clarification. I think I understood at the previous school committee that as a committee, we would have all the retirees combined. And why I mention that is it seems as though, which is nothing wrong, and I think it's wonderful that you retire and the staff want to give you a party, because I had a hell of a one at the Oak Grove. But
no details.
Are we making arrangements of what is in the process for all the retirees this year, the school committee here at the administration with at the high school cafeteria, with the public being invited? Do you need a committee for that, or is that what the superintendent's administration assistant's going to take care of?
We have one scheduled for June 10th here.
There's one scheduled for June 10th here, Mel.
Well, I would suggest that, Karen, I'd like to work with you and the school committee on that, and that we see if we can get to high school, because we have quite a few long-time retirees this year, some who started, don't throw me out, union president, before we were making anything, and they've been with us through thick and thin. So I think we should really honor them. Okay. You may give me a call, Karen.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Mr. Lombardi's retirement and wish him well.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 3A passes. I believe that is except for D1, that is the consent agenda. So we'll move on now to unfinished business, to discussion possible action.
Did you do everything else? Because I don't think you did 4 either.
That was exempted, that was part of it. Okay. Okay, so Under A, 2008-2009 school budget. Back to Pierre.
Okay,
Hold on. Mel?
Madam Chair, I was going to ask if we could move B, because I'm sure the budget will be a long discussion. Item B, and have A after B.
Larry?
I think item B is important, Mrs. Benson, but I think item A has some time constraints to it that we have to come to some agreement or some direction with item A. We have some time limits in place for the items that are under A. So where item B, I don't think we have those same time constraints.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Both of them are very important.
I agree.
thank you. All right, unfortunately, the 2008-2009 school budget will not be balanced unless we make the personnel reductions that were proposed. And this is not a happy time, and as Mr. Ceresi just stated, there are necessary timelines in which I must bring to you either the positions or the names of people that will need to be included in those reductions. I believe that you heard Mrs. Blankenship in her statements about the paraprofessionals and the clerk's custodians mentioned these past 2 days. We have met with everyone who is on the list who's being named this evening, and you have those confidential lists, and also anyone whose position is being named this evening, that they have, I've taken the opportunity to meet with them face-to-face to let them know they were on the list, that it's subject to your vote, but that they were on my list this evening. So what I'd like to do is, if you have those lists in front of you, if we start with the paraprofessional group, are they the first list of 20 people. The paraprofessional group, the recommendation was to cut 25 paraprofessionals, and I believe that you heard some of the concerns. I also did meet with Mrs. Schubert and Mrs. Souza from CELAC last week. I really do believe that everyone needed to have time to prepare whatever statements they wanted to make for you and for the community, because you're in this situation. They understand that you're in this situation as well, and that there isn't enough money, and that if we don't make these reductions, we need to come up with other reductions. So in the paraprofessional group, there were 25 that we were recommending. 4 of them either retired or resigned, and so we were able to narrow the list to 21. And then, based on those 21, we have an absolutely phenomenal faculty and staff. I cannot say enough wonderful things about them. So this is not easy. And as many people said, what will we do without them? I don't know, but we will do our very best. One person talked with another person, and they decided that they'd like to job share. And so that meant that there are only now 20 people on this layoff list. And so that's the first list that I'd like to address at each group, so that if you have questions, you can ask those questions. And then I'm looking for a motion to approve the reductions of the paraprofessional as listed, so that we give them their proper notice, and they can do what it is that they need to do next. I mean, this all follows a timeline, and they have their representation, and we have Mary Ann. So,
Are you looking for discussion first, and then...
looking for discussion? Yes, yes, please.
Okay.
No.
In looking at this list, and I'm very glad that I'm like you, I can't say enough for them, because we cleared up a situation last week with the original list, the original list that came out.
We had to talk with a lot of people.
Yes, and I'm glad that was cleared up. But you just have names here.
Yes.
Would you be able, or your administrative assistants, to not put the names to discuss the person, but kind of let us know what schools they are coming from? I didn't see that, and maybe your administrative assistant
It doesn't,
the list.
it doesn't really matter, because what matters, and I may call on you, Sandy, what matters is the list of seniority. And
I understand that.
but if you're talking about the core, if you want to know those numbers, as
I'm coming from
Mrs.
the-
Schubert addressed, that you should ask that question, I can answer that question if that's
No,
what you
no,
want.
no, I'm not on special ed yet, special
But no,
needs.
that's paraprofessionals, it's not just special ed.
I'm talking about paraprofessionals for each school. How many will they be missing at Fishing Cove, Flowers Park,
Okay, I'm going to ask Sandy to address that, because I think there's some
I think we
misunderstanding.
should know that before we approve the list.
Sandy, do you mind?
Sandy,
Do you want to go to the
the
microphone?
mic, please.
It's difficult to answer your question distinctly, because the language, each school has a certain number of students in it.
That's it.
Right? And if you were to look in our contract, under the core staffing memorandum in the back of the contract, each school, and I'm not sure of the numbers either off the top of
Oh,
my
I
head.
have the numbers. I can give you the numbers.
It would be one paraprofessional per so many
So
students.
many students.
All right. So in that regard, we also have to consider that there are senior people in the building, down to least senior people, and you're familiar with that.
Yes.
And therefore, in most cases, we have, or the budget has forced us to minimize to all the core numbers, down to the very minimal numbers expected in each building by population. That's about, so you might see, for instance, you may see 4 from the high school, let's say, all right, and not understand that because our numbers are higher than another school. So the formularies would come up differently for each school. All right.
I understand what you're saying, Mrs. Blankenship, but to approve a list of a name of students and knowing the schools, it would, before I could approve this list as an individual on the school committee, would have to know what schools they are coming from, and are they coming from, let's say, everybody here, and no disparage on Davisville Elementary School. That would be the last one that you would remove people from. I look at it more or less from a need and a human humanistic thing. We know what is needed. And to prove this list and not to know where all of them are coming from. I put the high school with Davisville.
I can understand. I think that the schools were left off because we didn't, we agreed that it might give a misperception, if you will.
Well, North Kingstown's full of misperception.
I know. And for that reason, we didn't want that to happen. You know, the community and a number of folks, even in the school district, aren't familiar with our contract language. And I can assure you that I would have never agreed to anything that wasn't fair and equitable.
Well,
I can assure you of that.
by reputation, I have learned that you don't do that. But as a representative of the citizens, I need to be able to give them something definitive when these things come up.
The list was not developed based on school. The list was developed based
On
on
seniority, I know that.
Okay, that's what we're saying.
Can you address the issue of core? When you spoke in the beginning at citizens' comments, and you were addressing the fact that the paraprofessionals, including those individuals who also work with special education as well as regular education,
Yes.
in terms of providing supervision for the school, lunches, et cetera, with the core standards that were established in this district based on the enrollment of a certain number of students, is it your opinion that although we get to the core, we're still putting certain schools in jeopardy because of the higher needs, regardless of the number? That's my question.
Not only certain schools, all schools.
See what a good.
That's my opinion.
See what a good.
But the core is, we're needing the core factor, but when was the core standard last looked at in terms of, was that
By
contractual?
population, or by this year?
It was this year,
Right,
right.
we updated according to the population statistics that were given.
But it's basically just it's just on numbers.
It's numbers.
It's okay.
Yes.
Larry?
Thank you. Just to address the core numbers, and just to give an example, if you take a school, say for example, that has a core requirement of 4 paraprofessionals, and let's say that school has a classroom or a special education program that requires 3 paraprofessionals in the program, whether it be one-to-one paraprofessionals or whether it be a paraprofessional assigned to that particular classroom. If you remove the 3 paraprofessionals from that number of 4, that leaves 1 paraprofessional left for the entire building, which includes recess duty, lunch duties, and this example that I'm using is not off the charts. I can look at the numbers and realize that it's going to be that way across several schools in the district. So I think when we look at the core number, as you said, it can be misleading to think that you'd have 4 or 6 or 8 paraprofessionals free and available throughout the building. That's not the case. Some of these paraprofessionals are confined to one classroom or confined to one student. So I think
It's minimum staffing.
right. So
based on population.
I think that's what we need to be clear on, and understand as a community and a committee as well. I think in recent years, obviously when budgetary constraints weren't what they are now, we had core staffing and added to that number for a classroom that required a one-to-one or a student or a paraprofessional assigned to that particular classroom. So.
Because the need was there.
Right. And, I can continue on with concerns that I have, and I'm sure that parents and teachers and paraprofessionals share the same concerns. But, over the last year or two, I've seen notices go home to parents asking for parents to come in during lunch and recess time to help with supervision of students because of the lack of staff available to help with lunch and recess time. Certainly, so that tells me that there's an additional need for supervision during those times. Certainly, it's fabulous if parents from the community come in and volunteer their time to help in the classroom or lunchtime or recess time. But at the end of the day, they're not liable for the supervision of the children at that time. The school department is liable. So if the parents decide they can't come in that day, it's not that we're going to make them come in. We can't, so.
That's right.
So I'm just voicing several scenarios and concerns that I have with the staff.
Right. And there's no continuity of service with that.
April?
Well, did you have something you wanted to say first? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to piggyback on the question again. So you have 2 schools, 400 and 400 students, School A and School B. School A has 400 students, but it has that special ed classroom that requires 3 one-on-ones in there. And the core ratio allows you 4 to School A and 4 to School B. School A has 1 paraprofessional to do lunch, recess, and everything else, and School B has 4. And so the ratio has nothing to do with specific needs, but more just numbers.
That's correct. That's the way it's written.
Okay.
That is the way that the contract is written. That is correct.
I'm sorry.
April and then Kim.
Oh, man. I was going to make a motion.
There's a few more discussions,
Okay.
April, if you can hold up for a second.
Come back to me after the discussion.
So, when we're looking at our paraprofessionals here and as to where we're cutting, and we'll still be making sure that all of our special education students have the paraprofessionals they need. Am I correct?
That is correct. I believe at the last meeting, I gave you a list of each of the schools, and I gave you the core number, and I gave you the number of special ed paras that were needed in every case except one, where we added additional paraprofessionals. Davisville Elementary School, because of need, even though that's the smallest school. In every school, we had enough paraprofessionals, enough special ed paraprofessionals. But as everyone is saying, they do have other responsibilities. I know that they do have that. What happens, I can give you the core numbers across the buildings if you want to hear those. Davisville Elementary School, not the core, the number that they're actually going to receive. Davisville Elementary School will receive 10 paraprofessionals. Mission Cove 7, Forest Park 5, Stony Lane 9, Hamilton 8, Davisville Middle School 8, Quidnesset 6, Wickford Middle School 7, and the high school 12. All of that together, there are 72, that equals 72 paraprofessionals. Now, 72 those are the 72. We also have a paraprofessional that goes to Meeting Street. We have 12 bus paraprofessionals. So that means we have a total of 85 paraprofessionals if you move forward with the reductions of the 25.
So, like some of the paraprofessionals who are bus paraprofessionals, will we be also able to use them for other duties other than just the bus, or how is their contract?
I don't think so. Right, I didn't think so. Maybe Sandy knows.
They're on the bus.
No, bus paraprofessionals are just strictly for the special ed buses.
Oh, okay, so for the special ed buses?
Yes.
Okay, got that.
So you're not counting bus monitors as paraprofessionals?
No, the 72, that's what you have, is 72 in North Kingstown schools.
What is our plan to make sure that we have our buildings covered and everything is safe?
That is the plan that I would work with the principals, because the principals do know these numbers. These numbers have been repeatedly reviewed with the principals, and so there would have to be a plan coming from them. Some of them are here.
No.
Based on your work with the principals, you will get back with us, because I'm looking at this list and I'm listening and I'm looking very careful and I listen to what you said. And if you remember, I said when we first discovered in January, let's don't lay off all the people who make 25 cents and keep those who make $1. So I would suggest that if the committee sees it this way, that we would not approve this list until we go through the budget, because I see several places where we are top-heavy with salary and personnel, and those savings could be transferred to be used back to the students. And the money that we saved on the health insurance, how much was that, Mr. Draper?
Would be in the current fiscal year, $175,000.
No, I'm talking about what you sold us on, the $300,000.
$175,000 for fiscal year '09, with $125,000 against the future year's health care.
Well, give us this
$300,000.
Give us this day our daily bread, because we're in bad shape, and we're talking about next year. You all going to have to bear with me, because it's really business, and it's serious with me. So maybe rather than putting it in the town where we leave it, we can kind of do the things that we need, because these kids have to have education. and these schools do need aides as well as teachers. So let's look at some of the other departments and then come back and approve this list, because I'm looking at one here that's top-heavy. You think they were working at University? No, they don't make that much down there.
Okay.
It's not down at the university. Some of the salaries.
Okay, no.
That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Well, these are probably some of the, because of the state and local budget constraints, these are probably some of the most difficult times in recent history to be a school committee member or a superintendent or part of the administration. But I go back to what I said when we originally started this budget process several months ago, that we need to look in the areas of the budget that have the least impact on students and programs. And as I've said all along, I can't support a budget that has not addressed areas, in my opinion, has not addressed the areas that have a lesser impact on students and teachers. I think the basic right and the basic provisions that need to be provided is a safe learning environment for the students. We're asking building principals to do more with less. We're asking teachers to do more with less. More importantly, we're asking the students to do more with less, or hold to that level of standard with less. But I think there are areas of the budget that we've left unaddressed where we're not asking those areas to do more with less or share the burden. So for me, it comes back to providing that basic safe learning environment for students, and some of the examples that I've given, such as recess supervision, lunch supervision, supervision when the students are getting on and off the buses. I know we currently have problems with staff being available to supervise when children are coming on and off the buses. So if we're having those problems now, I'd hate to think of what those problems would be with 21 or 25 less staff. While we may have 21 or 20 layoffs because of retirements, the fact is, at the end of the day, we're still going to have 25 vacant positions because of 4 retirements and 20 or 21 layoffs. So, as I've said all through, and I'll continue to say, this is a plan that, I understand the budgetary constraints, but it's a plan that I can't support, because I look to have less of an impact on the students, direct supervision of students, safety of the students. So the position that I'm in now is obviously the superintendent's working with what she has to work with. As a committee, the options are to obviously approve this plan or reject this plan, and respectfully request that the superintendent come back to the committee with an amended plan. So, thank you. No, that's not a motion. I just still want to have this discussion at this time. Thank you.
Well, I don't think any of us are going to sit here and say that we like having to do this. I agree with you there, Larry, 100%. And this is an awful time to have to make budgetary decisions. I do applaud our staff who have said that they would like to work together and do a job share program. And I think that's the sort of thinking that we need, is the sort of thinking of different ways of doing things. And so if we accepted this list, it then forces us to start saying, okay, we've always done it this way. Now we have to think of new ways. And that will not be easy, and that is certainly not comfortable for anyone. But it then forces us to start looking at how are we going to do this and keep our kids safe? Because I don't think any of us want to go to where we're saying we're putting our children in an unsafe environment. And I don't think any vote I will take, I will do that with consciously saying I'm going to put my children in an environment where I think that there is going to be chaos or there is going to be something else. And I don't think in taking the vote for this that I am saying that I think the superintendent would put our children in that position, What I think I am saying when I take this vote is I have to look at the school district in a different way. I have to look at how we do things in a different way. It's not easy, it's painful, and it's hard. I don't like having to do this. I would love to go back to having the money that we had last year and say, let's do it exactly because it was safe, it worked, it was great. But I don't have that option. I don't have that luxury. I don't have the ability to go out and say to every taxpayer, and they would get me if I did, I'm going to raise your taxes even more. So since I have to work within a constrained environment, I have to then say, okay, how do we work with this environment and work with less? So it's not that I like doing this, it's not that I feel comfortable, but it's that I trust my administration to, when I say I want everything safe, and it doesn't mean that I can't come back later and say, hey, this isn't safe. It doesn't mean later I can't come back and look at our budgetary needs and say some of that money that we put away, that we can come back later. Because one of the things Mrs. Benson was talking about was using the money that we got from the health care. But, Ned, if we use some of that money, where does that set us up? Is that a good fiscal plan? Is it something that if we're using our savings, will that merely get us through 1 year, or how will that work?
There's two issues with single-year savings. One is you create a budget deficit whereby you fund a position that you can't support in oncoming years. And that's one of the reasons we had to cut so deeply in the current fiscal year. When this year's budget was solidified, we had fund balance utilized to plug some of the gaps, which means right now we're looking at almost a 5% reduction in staff. The other piece of that is we know now, each day as it goes by, that energy costs are going up. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't say for sure that that's what's going to happen next year, but our budget was based on, for instance, in fuel and heating fuel, based upon prices 2-3 months ago. I would say based on what's happening now, we're going to go past what that budget is. So I'd say based on the indications we have right now, those savings will be those will be chewed up in expenses we know we're going to see.
So if we would take that savings, we would basically be setting ourselves up into a structural deficit then.
Correct. You'll be supporting programs this year that we won't be able to support in future years.
And so would that mean then, when we came around to next year's budget, we'd have to cut even more?
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying we can't do that. We can't take that money and basically to fund these people then.
And that's why the current year's situation in terms of the degree of cuts is so extreme, is because of the cuts that weren't made last year we're having to do this year. So everything
we
we
already
defray,
budgeted once before with the structural deficit, you're saying?
yes, that's why you had to use fund balance to cover those changes.
So we've done it once, and if we do it again, we'll even be in the hole even more.
Yeah, you're running, fund balance is pretty much run down at this point.
So we've just kind of, well, I won't use that language, but...
We risk, if the school committee were to fund positions that we weren't able to fill or support programs that we weren't able to support, in future years we run risk of a deficit spending.
So we've really kind of built ourselves on a bad place, and if we use that money, we'll put ourselves in even a worse place then.
Yeah, I mean, the other options are Carrillo. If the school committee believes that the program that the budget is enforced upon, based on the tax revenue, is not sufficient to meet North Kingstown's needs, then you can go through a court action to go after that money. I believe right now in Rhode Island there's probably 4 or 5 districts that are currently in deficit spending.
What's that, Kim?
Yeah, that's all my questions for right now.
Mel?
Mr. Draper and Committeewoman Page, I respectfully disagree with you in some of your discussion and your dialogue concerning another year's deficit spending. We're sitting here and we really don't know what we're going to get from state aid, what we're going to get from the town, and for next year. So all of it is speculating, as you say, and we were sold The 3 years I've been on the school department, no fault of yours and no of yours, we've changed health care every year, recommended by superintendents to save money. So there comes a time I would like to save $3 when I go to the gas tank, but it's $4.2878 or whatever it is a cents. But we are in the business of educating children, providing for their safety, and all of us know that we do not have the money this year, and it looks as it's as clear as the stripes on a flag. It won't be there next year. So I suggested that we hold this and see what we can cut in other areas that we may be able to bring some of this back. Because if you're listening to Dr. Mazza at the university, you're reading the Wall Street Journal, don't forget about the Providence Journal. It's not worth the paper it's printed on.
Okay, no.
It's just a hard time. And to think that I'm speaking out of sympathy for folk and we all hate this job. Parents hate it too when they're in days over there and can't get the cereals that the children want. We have got to move things around. And to accept this now, it might be something else that we can move around that won't cut the services to the children. And we haven't even touched that.
Okay, just a minute, before Kim then, Renee and April, did you want to say something?
I just want to say very quickly about the timelines. I don't disagree with you. I wish there were a way that we could find the money. I don't know how to find the money. I think that what I'm looking at on May 13th is that out of respect for the people who will possibly be losing their jobs, they need a notification so that they can decide what they need to do. And it's not fair to people to leave them hanging. And even if we can find the money and restore them, that's wonderful. But I would really like us to show some respect to people.
I don't think it's disrespectful for us to wait and go through. You have already sent them their notification.
Oh, no. I did a courtesy conversation. You take the vote. I did not predict how the vote would go. I did not. I told them what was on my list, that their name was on my list. I did not tell them how you would vote.
Renee.
Well, I see it different, but I won't belabor it. I don't think it's a...
No, I think they knew. They heard very clearly what I said.
Yeah. Because frankly, what are you going to do, bail other schools and give them jobs? I think they'd appreciate us trying to keep them.
I think they would too. I do.
All right, Renee.
I have a few questions, if you would just indulge me, but they're to the superintendent. Do you think this reduction will make our students unsafe?
I think that our students could possibly be unsafe today. I think there isn't enough that anyone can do to ensure a parent, when they leave their home in the morning, that their child will be safe. There was a day when I believe that all of our parents thought that. I think in today's world, we never know what's going to happen, so I'm sorry that I am answering your question so evasively. Do I think with the number of adults that we have in schools, both teachers, paraprofessionals, clerks, custodians, all of the people who volunteers, all of the people who care about children, I'd say yes, they're safe in school.
That kind of answers my second, but I'll still ask it. Can we fulfill the duties that are required in the schools if we approve this reduction?
I believe the answer to that is yes and no. As Mrs. Page was saying, it won't be able to be done in the same way we've always done it. You cannot remove 25 people and expect to do what we've always done. That's impossible.
But I mean required, the things that are required to be done.
Well, I would ask you, in other communities, do they have 72 paraprofessionals? How many paraprofessionals do they have? What is the...
Do you know the answer to that? Because
I don't know the
curious
answer
about
to that.
Okay.
I don't. But I do know that 72 paraprofessionals, That's a nice-sized number, paraprofessionals. And I'll go back to the number in our budget. You know, this community, we do know what the town is going to give us. The town has already notified us that they are going to give us the 5% minus $33,000. And we appreciate that. They recognize the position that we're in. That's not talking about the legislature. But we won't have $62.3 million to start the school year with, but we will have $60 million. And some would ask the question, can you run a quality educational program for 4,500 students, approximately, for $60 million? And what's our answer to that? What do you say to the community?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then how do we do that? And this is one way. If there is an alternative, I am not here to tell you that I've got the answer. I don't. I have one, and if you have an alternative, I've been told we don't have $62.3 million, we have $60 million. The only buckets of money that we can take this from are people. Back in August, if you recall, I wasn't here, you were. Back in August, you took $2 million of other funds, not personnel. That's why it's not here to take today. And as Ned referred to, the fact that there were people that were restored with one-time money, and we can't sustain that. And so, as a school committee, it is difficult for you. I know that it's got to be difficult for you, but the community is expecting that we have a balanced $60 million budget and a quality educational program, and I believe we've got a commitment within the school department to do that and to do what it takes.
Thank you.
April?
I respect the idea and the philosophy of a district looking at things in a different way. But what I'm still trying to see is what is the different way. And I'm disappointed that there isn't a plan here for me to vote on tonight. I'm not comfortable just voting with the idea that our principals are going to come up with a different way by next fall. I want to see the different way. I know that we have money in maintenance for a waxing machine at the high school that might break. I know we have departments that have not taken any hits. I know that we have other administrative areas. During the budget process, I came forward with about 10 different other areas to cut, and I was voted against on every single one. I'd like to make a motion to ask the superintendent to reinstate 10 of the paras back into the system and come back to us with new recommendations that do not directly affect services.
I second that motion.
Sure.
Before the vote. Yep. No, there's a motion, and the motion's been seconded, and I'd like to continue discussion on the budget and on that motion as well. You know, I don't think I'm hearing anyone on the committee asking to fund positions with one-time money or to not make cuts. It's evident that we have to make cuts to fall within the budget guidelines. I think that what committee members are suggesting or commenting on is making those cuts or look at the potential for making those cuts in other areas of the budget. You know, we have Plan A, and we talk about time constraints. There's not a Plan B presented, so it's, you know, Plan A or your back's against the wall. So, you know, I have to look to see what other plans are available. You know, we're asking principals and teachers and school buildings to reinvent themselves, but without knowing how they're going to reinvent themselves or how their students are going to be safe with one or two paraprofessionals available during lunch and recess. It's difficult for me to support that without knowing what the plan's going to be, to simply say they'll reinvent themselves. I look at tonight's, I think there are many opportunities. Mrs. Brunel suggested several. I've heard several suggestions tonight. I look at tonight's agenda for, just a typical opportunity. We have a retirement of a clerk in the administration building. Is there a possibility that we reinvent ourselves here and look to see if there can be some job sharing here to possibly eliminate a clerk's position? For every dime...
Get to that group yet. We have that group coming up, but...
Well, I'm referring to something that's on the agenda tonight underneath approval of retirements. A clerk has retired from the central office administration. So, we're asking people to job share, reinvent themselves. I would ask, have we done that in detail here? Ask people to reinvent themselves. Ask people to split themselves between offices and share positions. If I could save one or two paraprofessionals' positions out at the building level that work with students by eliminating one position that are not working directly with students outside of the school buildings. To me, you may say it's only one or two positions that you save, but everyone counts. Everyone has some type of effect on children. Those are the possibilities that I ask we go back to and address and look at what are the possibilities.
Renee?
If, as Ms. Brunel suggested, we reduce this to 10, what budget number does that put us at that we have to come up with?
Was it reduced to 210 or by 10?
By 10.
April? By 10.
That makes it, don't we have 20 on the list?
20 on the
That
list.
makes it
21.
20 on the list.
So we're at 10, so then how much money would we have to come up with?
About $450,000, right?
Kim?
If we reduce it by 10, then what we do is basically we take 10 people off the list who now don't have any notification, and we can't go back, because we need to give them 30 days notification, am I correct? I believe that's what the contract is.
Oh.
So it's a sort of thing of we can't ever go back then. Not this year. Right. Could you tell us a
Convenient as presented tonight. So we don't have any option. What's the point of even voting on this list? I mean, if you can't
have it back in December.
But no, if you could not make any changes, then why are we even voting on this?
Why bring it?
Why bring it?
I'm not sure I agree with that.
I don't agree with that either,
Don't
because
allow for changes.
I'm
not sure.
confused. They're asking for help. They're asking for a new direction. They're here tonight, and you're saying we can't. I'm really confused by that. I don't.
Madam Chair, may I...
I would like to, I just want to, Sandy, could you come up with that, please?
President, don't you have recall?
Can you just kind of help go over the issue of notification, just so that we know for sure?
I'll do the
that-
best I
yeah.
can. For the paraprofessional group, the contract language states that if there's any layoff notice, it has to be, at the end of the school year, it has to be 30 days prior to the last day of school.
30 days prior to the last day of school. Okay.
And what does it say about recall? I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
We're recalled by seniority.
By seniority?
Yes.
I don't...
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
If someone is laid off tonight and they receive a notice 30 days before the last day of school, and then the superintendent is able to find funds to bring that person back, does that present an issue for your union?
Is it,
In other words, let's say, for example...
recalled back to a position.
So you could call somebody back up until the day before school starts.
Yes.
You just have to lay them off 30 days before the last day. So anyone that's laid off tonight, for that matter, all 20 of the people laid off tonight, if the superintendent is able to find money, she could call all 20 of them back up until the day school starts, and there would be no issue with
You can
it
decide to reinstate or recall by
Anytime.
seniority.
at any time.
Yes.
Now, remember, let me ask you a question. You keep stressing seniority. There are no state rules. It would have to be by, just like it is with teachers. I can teach chemistry, but I might have the seniority. So you'll have to get those who have taken the courses
Highly qualified.
and who have qualified.
All the people on the list, I do believe, I don't have it with me, all the people on the list are highly qualified.
Okay, so anywhere, Dr. Beard...
May I just...
Yes. They said confidential, may I let her...
We don't know she has a list. That's a good question.
Paris.
At least.
And there's a second for that.
To the best of my knowledge on this, to say these are all highly qualified.
Okay.
Sandy, you're the chair. You can say what you want. You don't have to raise your hand.
Get used to it, yeah. Do a good job of it.
In listening to the committee, as well as Dr. Fear and yourself, in presenting the issues at the schools, and clarifying the issue of core, which is probably something that perhaps in the next contract negotiation might be termed a little differently or looked at in a different perspective, especially based on how it's acting out here now. It's causing us some real, I think, inequities in terms of coverage and supervision and what exactly is provided to schools across the district. It seems, and you're talking about plans that superintendents and the paraprofessional union would put together to take care of the schools to try to ensure safety at the utmost, but yet we still, with this list, we know we are not just at the cusp, we are cutting in and hurting schools.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and yet we're kind of like our hands tied in some respects, that we do have to allow for layoff, yet we still can go under the condition of approving that layoff with the understanding of trying to find every conceivable monies to bring back positions and to really make that a priority of the committee and ask the superintendent to even go back after this approval to find that money. If we don't approve those layoffs, then we're making it such that, I don't know which way we can go. I think if you approve it, you still have a guarantee that we're legally fine, but then at the same time, we still have the recommendation of trying to find the money wherever possible. There is a consolidation meeting, Larry, coming up. Hopefully there'll be some monies being able to be gotten from that consolidation. I don't know, but it just seems like,
Madam Chair, may I just say one thing also with regard to a comment from Ms. Brunel? We have been working at this for quite some time.
Thank you.
And you have to please understand that there were so many layers of discussion that needed to go on, so many pieces of information that needed to be gathered in order to really have those detailed discussions, those very hard discussions about people who 34 of my folks, possibly losing their jobs.
What is hard is that it's not been brought to us.
I understand,
and we have to make a decision about you without knowing any of this information. Like this evening, I didn't know that in 30 days you have to give a notice. So I wouldn't even,
I guess I'm just saying, in all fairness.
And we could have had this on the agenda last meeting. We could, instead of having an ARP request on the agenda, this could have been on an agenda for us to explain how the process was going to work, what it was going to look like. It has not been brought to us since the last vote a while back. So, in all fairness, I understand what you're saying, but me as a citizen and as an elected official, I don't know what I'm voting on here. I still don't know what this is going to look like. And I'm very uncomfortable with that vote.
I can appreciate that.
I can't approve it.
I was just, in all fairness,
I can't approve
trying to make sure you understood that it's taken a long time to get to this list.
No.
I will maintain my same position that this, according to the days and the 30 days, we haven't even touched. I'm going to break it out. We haven't even cut or touched your administrative and the building up here. Let's quit playing around with it. You got people sitting here. I asked for a list from Mr. Draper today. I knew we would need it. You got some of the highest salaries here in this administration that you could save some aides and some people that work directly with the school. And you know one day, not a single soul up here answers the telephone.
No.
Well, Janice, I know I respect you, but these people are here, and let's get it all out. And getting it out is, you got departments you haven't even touched, and you got people working with these bad children. And they're good, they just need some help. The same thing goes with everything. Let's go through some of the other, and then come back to this. What in the name of God we need with an $80,000 administrative assistant?
Point of order. Point of order.
I'm through. I'm through now.
Madam Chair, point of order.
No.
Job performance and any kind of discussion around a person like that is wholly out of order. She knows that, and I would ask that we maintain that decorum.
I disagree with your point of order. We're talking
No one's
about
notified that.
and no name was mentioned, and I
Point of order,
disagree.
Madam Chair, I have the floor.
I'll let you have it.
Thank you.
You have the last word.
Go ahead.
Tough discussion. No one, absolutely no one, this committee has discussed this over and over again. No one relishes the budget situation we find ourselves in. No one wants to make these cuts. Absolutely no one wants to make any kind of student-facing cut. But we're here tonight because of the fiscal situation we find ourselves in. I appreciate what we're trying to do. I understand the motion that's on the floor. No one has proposed an offset to come up with $450,000. We have a balanced... One moment, I'm going to finish my...
You haven't been here for the last...
I missed that?
Yeah, you haven't been here for the last hour.
Is there a proposal on the floor to cover $450,000? Has there been a specific motion to cover $450,000?
Yeah.
Has anyone asked or even considered bringing the teachers back to the table to roll back some of the contract that we've offered? Anybody bring that up while we're clapping? This is not going to be easy, but you have to find a way to do that. Spence, I still have the floor.
You are saying something that I mentioned.
Wait a second. Because if there's a point of order, I got to address the point of order. What is it, Mel?
The point of order is to correct him, because some 5 meetings ago, I mentioned that we might have to bring the teachers back. He said, no, they have contracts. So stay consistent.
Would you mind to interrupt me? Thank you. So, you need to step through this rationally, and every chance that we have, if you can bring someone back, that's what we need to do. But I'll remind everyone that our budget is balanced. We've been working on that calendar for months. So everyone's known, everyone's talked about it. Now, if we're going to unbalance that budget, we just have to step through and decide how we want to find that money. My personal opinion is if we can find efficiencies throughout the budget, by all means, let's try to bring some of these folks back. But we just have to step through that. And broad brush stuff and saying that we've never discussed it, well, hold on, it just doesn't wash with me. We need to step through the numbers and look for the opportunities to save.
April.
Number one, I'm going to correct you, Doug. We never discussed, what part you missed, was that Kim was saying that we are going to look at our schools in a different way. And I said, we have never presented how that new way is going to look. So we have not discussed how this new vision is going to look. We're voting on a blank. Nothing that we understand or know. That's what we're putting in front of us tonight. Just a random guess as to what it might look like. Number one. Number two, it is not our job to come up with how to solve the budget. That is the job of a superintendent. Now, if she says she doesn't know how to do that, then I really have a problem with where things are going. I am not supposed to randomly come up with all the times how to offset stuff. That is the job. If I made a recommendation that the superintendent come forward, and that's what's supposed to happen. But during the budget process, I did come forward with about 10 other ideas how to offset that. Okay?
$450,000?
Yeah.
Larry.
Just going back to the comment that Mrs. Brunel made, the roles and responsibilities here, we need to take a step back and look at that picture. It's the superintendent comes forward with her recommendations and her plans. School committee either approves or rejects them, and either, if you're not going to accept the plan, then you request that the superintendent come forward with a new recommendation, or maybe you outline what you're looking for in that new recommendation. It's not the role and responsibility of the school committee members to make those budget cut recommendations. It's the role and responsibility of the administration to present those recommendations to us.
I would like to, April, you're proposing cut it 10, or add 10, whichever way we look at that. And in understanding the contract language of having to lay off or have notification for 30 days, I would propose a compromise of 5, and then trying to offset that, ask the superintendent to find that, and then also with the anticipation of also looking for another additional 5. But being able to call those 5 back.
But I can see a compromise, Janice, to my amendment, but it would have to be a very clear that it's not if you can find the money, that you have to find the money. Because I'm not
on the 5 you'd have to, because they would have to be called back. And on the other 5 you would also put that as a priority. Unless, as we continue the discussion into the next couple of items, we may find some other issues that become a priority.
If you made that a priority, I would understand that as, serving on the committee just a little bit, but observing for the last 10 years. I always found it fascinating in the budget process that everybody would have to cut things out. And then as the year went on, we would have presentations where they say, oh, can I please have $10,000 for a new IT thing for the IT department? Could I please have $5,000 here? And all year long, we were approving, and we'd say, can we afford this? And they go, yeah, we'll find it. I mean, it would have to be a real, if you're saying that's going to be your top priority, you'd have to make that your top priority. I mean, just recently, and we made, approvals on security systems, and it really didn't know where we were going to get it from the budget, but we did it. And
Separate money.
Years back. So I just want to understand that this committee, when people start coming for us for little things throughout the year, and sometimes it's only $10,000 here, sometimes it's only $20,000 here, that we wouldn't be able to say yes to that. That's a tough call. And
Doug and then Kim.
I'll defer to Kim. I think she had her hand up first.
Well, I think we can still make a compromise by approving the list and then basically going back with the stipulation that we say we've approved the list so statutorily and but via our contract we have made sure we have a balanced budget and we've given the proper notification, but with the stipulation that we now want to be able to put people back in, and so to be able to find another way to do that. So we can still approve this knowing that we have the right to recall people, and that way we keep in compliance with having our balanced budget and we keep in compliance with making sure we followed all of the contracts that we need. So, that's one of the things we have to think about is that if we cut people from this list, we will not be balanced. So it's a sort of thing, if we want to make compromises, we can still approve this, and with the direction that we say to the superintendent, we are expecting to be able to put people back in. We need your help in finding those people. But if you prove it, then you're, like I said, you're following through on your duty as a school committee person.
No.
I still would like to see a compromise, and we can compromise. And all of us sitting up here are intelligent people. We voted not to have a SMART program. 2 weeks after school opened, SMART program. We vote not to do other things. We can't hold those things against us, but my contention is we have other departments that we haven't looked at. We got to look at the sports department again. The whole thing has got to be looked at. And we're going to have extra meetings if we're going to meet these budget timelines. Because we can't sit here all night and talk about it. But there are things in the first budget that's done now and in the second one that we can cut and the money that we cut, we can use it. And I don't quite buy Mr. Draper's thing that he said about the savings of the money, because we won't go into that. We won't go into that. That money was supposed to be used this year. And I knew it would be something like this. We got to save it.
Well, no, I agree with you. I think we do need to look at other places to cut. But I'm not saying that by taking this vote and approving these, that we aren't going to come back and do that. I think we all want to make sure that we can bring some paraprofessionals back so that we feel as if the schools. But by approving this, we then go back and we say, okay, now we've got our contract settled. Now let's look at these other places where we want to do some more cuts. So I'm not disagreeing with anybody that we don't need to compromise. We do. We do need to find some other cuts. But this keeps us in perspective of where we need to go. So it's not that I'm saying, no, I don't want to compromise. It's not that I'm saying there aren't things I want to cut, because I could do that. I don't have any problems with that. But I'm saying that if we keep ourselves via our contract and where we want to go, we can still get there. We can add people back in. But once we vote on this and we start taking away, it'll be a lot harder to do it the other way around.
I can keep focus on perspective because I'm still looking at the sports department.
No, it's Larry. No,
That's a
you don't have
point of
to say
order.
right now. Larry?
You're not the chairman.
I can call a point of order, you're speaking out of turn.
Now, you know, I think the last time we took a vote on finalizing some budget things, we talked about a consensus of the committee of coming back, looking for funding and coming back to see if we could potentially reinstate a principal's position into the budget. And you know, we haven't done that, you know, if there's, so whatever the motion is, be clear and be decisive, rather than just leaving it open for interpretation on what we may or may not do.
Is there a motion on the floor, April? Your motion? Could you say that again, please? Karen, could you
Motion is
repeat
to
that?
reinstate 10 paraprofessionals into the system and have the superintendent bring a new recommendation that for others that do not directly affect services.
May I make a statement about that motion? The superintendent has asked that you accept her recommendation to cut 20. So I think what you really want to say is you are going to ask that the motion is to cut 10, not to reinstate 10. You're cutting 10. I think that's the correct wording of the motion, not reinstate.
April, can you withdraw your motion and reword it?
I will withdraw and reword that, and it's a motion to cut 10 paraprofessionals from the budget.
And I will withdraw my second and second it again.
Okay, I believe we've discussed this, so I believe we have public. Doug?
I just want to air that one more time. The superintendent's made a recommendation. That recommendation's been vetted through administration, through the budget. I think if the sentiment of the committee is that we want to reinstate that or we want to work to do that, yeah, I think the superintendent should come back and make those recommendations. But I highly suggest that we start to take the advice of our leadership seriously, and that we don't arbitrarily do it. And that's why I think the exercise of going through an offset and at least recommending where $450,000, if I understand my math right, 10 times the average at 45, where that's going to come from. And I think, you know, ultimately that decision comes from somewhere over here. You got to run those numbers. Like Mrs. Page, I think there's a number of places where we can find money, but that might not reflect the priorities of everyone on this committee. Because I know of a couple places immediately where we could look, and maybe that's a discussion that we could have. But I would just highly suggest that, you know, I'd ask the superintendent if that recommendation holds, and that I'd highly suggest that we stick to that until something else changes. That's all I have to say.
Should we do public comment now, before the vote? Okay. Any public comment on this?
Linda Avanzato, 29 Collins Court. I just wanted to mention an aspect of the paraprofessionals cuts that hasn't been discussed tonight, and that is federal law and IEPs of individual students may require you to restore some of these positions anyway. And I think this cut is uncertain for that reason, and I'm concerned when you take 25 people out, how are you going to fulfill the IEP needs? You may have to restore anyway, and I'd like to see the pain shared a little bit more, and you look into some other areas. That's my opinion on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Prado, 135 Windsor Avenue. I want to correct Mrs. Benson on a minor point. The administrative assistant to the superintendent is $85,000 a year total compensation, and I didn't hear her reflect on the performance of the position, of the person in the position, and it certainly wasn't a comment personal. But if you're looking at positions and personnel costs out at the school level, it only stands to reason that we should finally, after all this time, take a look at personnel and personnel costs within the administration among folks who do not work directly with the kids. It's worth a look. When you have very, very high salaries at the administrative level, it's surprising to me as a taxpayer to see, for example, Doug Roth become so defensive to the point of interrupting somebody simply for the mere mention that we asked the superintendent to, or others, to look at the administration and find efficiencies in there. You know, you have a lot of employees, a lot of very, very highly paid employees, and it's certainly a high enough budget category, the administration in this building, that it should be looked at up, down, and sideways. I've worked in a private sector, and this is something that I have myself have actually been a victim of. Didn't take it personally. Business decisions are made in the name of efficiency in administrations and in offices. Mr. Roth, am I interrupting you?
Chris, please continue. Whatever you need to say. Please, point of order, Madam Chair. He should be addressing the committee. He should be addressing the table, you. And I was going to say, I could feel a chance to do that, Chris. Please, measure your comments, and I'll take that as you know, some kind of interaction. But we're going to leave it at that, okay?
It is a measured comment.
When you address me, Chris, I'm going to say this for the record.
You're interrupting me.
Chris, you asked me to interact.
I'm not the chairman anymore, and you're interrupting me.
Point of order. Madam Chair, can you address me? Is that okay?
I just asked you if I was interrupting you.
Madam Chair, he's addressing me. I have no intention to address Mr. Prada publicly or in any other format. I would appreciate if you measure those comments accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Prada.
Prada, just address them here.
To the chair, please.
At any rate, I found it, as a taxpayer, troubling that Mr. Roth immediately jumped in and in an agitated manner defended the very idea of just even looking at the administration. So as a taxpayer, I would like to ask the school committee to look at the administration and on the basis of finding costs to be saved there. Thank you.
Mr. McGuinn, I keep on hearing these words like very hard, tough, not easy discussions you're having with employees. But when you look at just the list today under budget discussions, there's a number of issues that have come up in that we're part of an APRA and we didn't get all the information. Goes to accountability, transparency, and equity, that budgets would not only not cut, but increased. And you know, the primary responsibility, I always thought, of a school district, school system, was to educate the students. And I think we've heard from, you know, the teachers and paraprofessionals, that's the first place we went to cut. Athletics was not cut. We've been told for a number of years it cut by 50,000. You know, when you really look at the budget, it's been increased over the past several years consistently, and they've outspent their budget. This year, it's increased again significantly. No one wants to do away with athletics, but it certainly shows an issue with priorities. You're cutting paraprofessionals, you're cutting teachers, and you're increasing athletics. And we also heard from the folks in the cafeteria. The deficits that the cafeteria runs, as of last June, the town audit showed a $122,000 deficit in the cafeteria fund. Where does that come from? That comes from the general fund. That comes from paying teachers. This year, the last budget review that Mr. Draper gave showed this year, year-to-date, $100,000 deficit in the cafeteria fund. That doesn't come from the sky. That comes from the general fund. That comes from the fund that's supposed to be there for paying teachers and administrators. And the cafeteria workers, they're the only ones in town that are if they make money in that fund, they get to keep their jobs. Well, for years, they haven't been getting all of the funds, the vending machine. There's a number of issues. Rentals of buildings. We are so far and this was part of an APRA back in January. I've talked about it a number of times. The cost for lighting that building, the high school, is in the budget, $322,000 to light that building. And private companies use that building, unrestricted, for zero. Private companies. I'm not talking Boy Scouts. Private companies. And the people who are paying aren't paying their fair share of what it costs and we all know what's going with, utility and gas prices. They're going up. Yes, the rentals have to be looked at. We are so far behind if you look at the handout that was put on the table.
Point of order. Mr. McGuinn, not that I agree or disagree with your comments, but the comments aren't on the motion, and the items that you're talking about are very important items, and they are further down on the agenda.
My point is that to the $450,000, start adding it up, because when you add up the tax levy in this town of $90 million, it comes out at, $3,000 from a family, $5,000, $20,000 from people. It doesn't come out at, in millions of dollars in a clip. Neither does the budget. All these $100,000 here, $100,000 there, they mean something. And that's my point. There are other areas in the budget, and Mrs. Brunel is absolutely correct. They were not discussed. They were asked to be discussed by school committee members, and they were ignored. And I really wish that these items get looked at again. And that money that was savings from the health care, no one knows what's going to happen to fuel costs, and no one knows what's going to happen with the state legislature. If they cut your budget, you've got another problem. Thank you.
Sharon Schubert, 530 Nantucket. I just wanted to go over some of the numbers again, just to make sure that I'm clear and everyone else is clear how tight these numbers are. And I think Dr. Francis, you gave a very good example. When we met with Dr. Fier, she gave us the number of core paraprofessionals at each building. I'm just going to pick Forest Park because it's right in front of me. 5 paraprofessionals are allotted to Forest Park. And 3 of them, from the sheet that we had gotten, you pulled out the number of students in a self-contained class, how many resource students there were, and then pulled out how many paraprofessionals were needed to devote to special education. And according to this, there were 3 that were needed at Forest Park. So that would leave 2 paraprofessionals at that building level for lunch duty, recess duty, bus duty, you name it. But I think, and then this is where you may need to remind me, Dr. Fier, Dawn and I also asked you if that accounted for the one-to-one paraprofessionals that Forest Park may have at that building level. And I'm not sure, from what I understood, that did not include the one-to-one paraprofessionals.
Yes, it did include.
So that building has 11 students in self-contained classes.
Those numbers are for next year, they're not the current.
Right.
They're next year's projections.
So
and
next
the classes
year,
that will be there next year.
Right. So next year you have 11 students that are in self-contained classes. 3 paraprofessionals are needed. But are there any other one-to-ones that might be needed?
There might be. can't go with that one, but I do know what Dr. Pizzullo told me, and that's what she told me, based on looking at the IEPs and knowing what she knows about the special education.
Okay, so the 3 would cover the self-contained classrooms and any one-to-ones that you know about in the building for next year.
According to Dr. Pizzullo, that's what I was told, and that's what I put in those reports.
Okay. I'm really concerned, too, that 2 obviously is not very many. And last night, we also had a meeting with the Special Education Committee people, and at that meeting, there's a lot of teachers, paraprofessionals, parents, and it's really it's worked out well, I think, as it's very eye-opening to see everyone talking and hear everyone talking candidly about what goes on day-to-day in the buildings. And one of the things that I heard someone from Wickford Middle School mention was the shuffling around of programs for next year. And it was interesting, and I'm not blaming anyone, but it illustrated just how much work the special ed department really needs, in that there was someone from Davisville's resource and someone from Wickford Middle School's resource, and they had never met each other, had never talked about this, and they were talking about what might be happening. Had you heard this? I don't know. So I think part of my point is there really is no concrete plan for special education necessarily that even the teachers are completely aware of. And just from listening to their conversations. And from Wickford Middle School's person, she expressed a need for 8 paraprofessionals, I think, and on this list there were only 7 listed, and that was just covering the special education issue,
She was,
if I'm remembering right.
Right, but she was talking about the current year. We weren't.
No, I thought she was talking about what's going to happen next year, and these are numbers.
She was also the one that was saying she didn't know what was going on next year, so.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, I think it's an illustration for me, and I think it's something the school committee should be aware of, that we're not really sure. And to cut it so closely, I think is a mistake on everyone's part. And you also don't know how many students will move in or out of the district. Sure, someone with a one-to-one could move out, but someone could move in just as easily. And when you've only got 2 to spare, and then to say, well, the principals will figure it out as they go along, I am not comfortable with that as a parent or as an educator myself. I just would not want to cut things that closely. And I think that the compromise of reinstating 10 and finding the plan, I think you need to see a plan first. I think this is completely backwards. You need to see the plan. There should be a plan B. And the other issue that makes it even more complicated is, I think Mr. Cerisi mentioned the principal. I think the principal, we're missing a principal at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So 2 of these buildings will have a half-time principal on top of a reduced number of paraprofessionals that can help with running the building day-to-day. Is that fair to say?
No, because that's not clear. I mean,
well, again, that's the point. It's not clear. Nothing is very clear. And I think to cut this so close, one way or the other, this is my opinion, and I know this is my opinion, but one way or the other, I think you're going to have to put these people back. When September the doors open and it's not working very well, you're going to have to put these people back one way or the other. So I think that you should go back to the drawing board right now and try and find the money, whether it's $450, I'm not sure. I think the average salary of a paraprofessional was mentioned at $45,000. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, but...
No, it's salary and benefits.
Salary and benefits of $45,000? You think, no? It's still on? Well, whether it's $250,000, $450,000, I think you need to go back to the drawing board and look at some of the suggestions that may have been not scrutinized, that could be... I think it's short-sighted to cut that many people, and we're going to have the same situations that we've had year after year. September, we come, the buildings are very strapped. Everyone's working as hard as they can. I don't think anyone is saying that. They're not, but I think you need to go back and not cut 25, but cut a fewer number. Thank you.
Just a point of information. I know we were throwing around some estimated figures earlier, but according to our budget, the average paraprofessional position, and this is an average with salary and benefits, is $35,000. So in round numbers, if you would say 10, that would be $350,000.
With benefits.
That's the average. That's not...
Since we're laying off...
That's a budgeted average. That's not necessarily an actual.
Right.
spare people.
Okay, are we ready to call the question?
I have one question before we call the question.
Just 1 minute. Yes, go ahead, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Tina Villadue. I'm a paraprofessional at Hamilton. One thing about the core numbers that I want to put out there is that Hamilton say is going to have 380. We have 380 now. We have 12 paras there now. How are we going to have 8 paras next year with all those kids outside? Because we should all be there. If the 8 core is supposed to handle crowd control for that amount of kids, how are we all supposed to be there when it's a 6-hour position? Some of us have to be down there. It's 2 hallways. It's like a stampede at the end of the day. And this is this year with the teachers helping out and with some paraprofessionals leaving before the end of the day because we have 6-hour positions. So how are we all supposed to be there? And this is with the teachers standing in the hallway. Every classroom, the teachers are out there. The specialists are out there. And in the morning, we're responsible to get these kids off the bus, around the back of the building. We take care of any special needs children. And then we're supposed to be out there with crowd control with 380 kids and 8 people.
Thank you.
Julia Teckington, 100 Right Lane. I think that what it sounds like is, unless your expert on the details, who would be Dr. Fear, tells you you can't find the money, it is well within this committee's purview to cut only 10 positions. Unless she says, she's your expert, that's true. Unless she says that can't be done, the money can't be found. If you want to prioritize, and it seems like the majority of people sitting in front of me do want to prioritize these positions, do recognize their importance. The way to do that is to force cuts elsewhere. Any other vote says we don't really prioritize these positions. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia.
Doug?
Sorry. Ms. Tegner, that's a great point. The concept of priorities is key here. This is all this boils down to is what are our collective priorities. I value the paraprofessionals. I don't want to lose any of them if I can. If we can find money down the road, whatever we have to do to put them back, I'll do that. A couple of the realities of the budget, and you hear a lot of different things, people talking about cutting administration, but the administrative costs equals 7% of this budget. Our recurring staffing costs equals 88% of our budget. The state fiscal capping laws that are in place over us, and I know everyone thinks that $50,000 counts and $100,000 count. It really does. But the deficits that every school district in the state are facing are counted in the millions. And the only way, in my mind, that we can look at funding this year, next year, 3 years from now, is to start looking at controlling the recurring cost. And we can look around it and fight like all heck to find out a way to save it. And I'm willing to do it because I know I have ideas where we can save in this budget. It's a couple of areas that aren't going to be real happy with a few folks at this table. But I do know that I think there's a way to save the money and save those jobs. But we all got to be open to doing that. But these budgetary problems are not going away. The chances are we're all going to be here next year thinking about this again. And that's the unfortunate thing. I don't want people thinking that some of us don't prioritize the jobs. I absolutely do. But we are in such a tight fiscal constraint that we have to be thinking about that way. So when we talk about items in $50,000, but we can sign away contracts with millions, we have to be extraordinarily careful. And that's what I see. So we have to really look at the funding models and know where we're heading in the future. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's call the vote. You want to read the motion again, please, Karen?
The motion is to cut 10 paraprofessionals from the budget and have the superintendent bring a new recommendation that does not directly affect services.
And we were asked by one of the citizens if we're to ask the superintendent, was that feasible?
I think the caveat is that, what's the last phrase? Not cut services?
I would leave that last phrase out. That kind of restricts the whole...
Because it's too vague. Could go anywhere.
Everything's a service.
I definitely can't do that. I mean,
Would you rephrase your motion, please?
She rephrased it now.
I know, but we're going to ask one more time.
Want it to say that it does cuts that do not...
Just cut 10.
Just to cut 10 only.
I think, if I may, I believe your motion needs to approve the superintendent's recommendation for the reduction of 10 paraprofessionals only from the 2008-2009 budget. You're basically taking the motion that's already been written at the bottom of the page and saying, instead of accepting it as is, it's the recommendation for the reduction of 10 paraprofessionals.
I just don't want to see 10 teachers come before me.
Well,
as the second part of the recommendation.
Well, this motion, you would have to vote on that again. I mean, that's not something that would be automatic. So you need to vote on, you want the reduction of 10 paraprofessionals based on the 08-09 school budget. That's it. In other words, you're not accepting her recommendation for whole 20, you're only accepting her recommendation from the 10.
And you're not, you're recommending that I don't put in it to have the superintendent come back to us?
Well, it's automatic. She's asked to cut, she has to come back with something else.
With 10, she'll automatically have to come back.
And basically, after you do all the motions on cuts, you can put that motion at the end.
Renee, what is it? The language, though, says the superintendent's recommendation, and that's not her recommendation.
But the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for the reduction of 10 paraprofessionals only.
But that's not her recommendation.
She doesn't have a number in her recommendation. She has names, but she does not have a number. I'm amending it to say 10.
Yes.
Okay, but you have to...
If we're amending the original...
I can't tell you which names.
So you need to approve the 10 lowest by seniority. According to the union contract, if only 10 go, it's the 10 bottom people that go.
Do you know which
From
10
this
they are?
list, we don't know who those 10 are.
Do you know which 10 they are?
We should take the vote before we make this. What is it, Doug?
Are we amending the original motion to cut 20?
That was never...
So we're offering, instead of, so is the superintendent recommending that we go to 10?
No. And that never was...
So that's not in the language of the motion then, right?
She was recommending all of them, but you're taking her recommendation and changing it to only 10.
Is that hard to understand?
But you can't take, because the motion as it's written says recommendation. I understand what you're saying, Doug. So the motion can't say that superintendent's recommending.
You vote no.
Correct.
And then go to...
You reject the recommendation and then you move
take
to
the
something else.
superintendent's
Is that hard to understand, Mrs.
Vote that down.
You have to vote the motion on the floor.
One person, please.
Can I just make a point of information?
Yeah, I understand it.
No, hold on. No.
No. Just a point of information. That motion hasn't been made.
No, it
Yes,
isn't.
no one has made that motion, so it doesn't
The motion
matter.
on the floor is, April, however you want to word it, your motion is on the floor. I would suggest to cut 10
I would
to
amend
10.
it to what Marion Carroll said.
Why don't, again, you want to do it cleanly, withdraw your motion. Totally withdraw your motion. Somebody make the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation, and if so be it, let it vote down. Somebody make that motion.
Do you want to make that recommendation?
I really don't want to do that.
Well, you don't need to make it. Somebody else can make it.
Renee?
April has withdrawn hers?
No, I haven't.
No?
So let's vote
Status
on it.
put and you vote on it, leave it that, it's a flat motion.
The first time, please say what you recommended. If I said, I'd like to make a motion to have 10 paraprofessionals cut from the 08-09 budget.
That's fine.
That's it. Yep.
That's it.
And that's what I'm amending it to.
That's what you're saying, that's your motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I second it, as I did the first one.
Okay, all in favor?
Can we discuss that now that it's on the table?
We have.
Aye.
All right, if you want to discuss it some more, go ahead. Never mind. Renee, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, if we approve this, then we're $450,000 in the hole,
I
right?
believe it's 450. I believe that you looked at, you didn't look at 350, if not even less than that.
So I guess I need to ask Dr. Fair, do you want us to piecemeal this? Do you want us to approve these 10 and then make a motion for another 10 and see where that one goes? I mean, I'm scared to say... Well, I'm scared to say
No, on this, because then we may have 20 that we don't, we
As a
still
whole, we're looking to allocate money from one area of the budget to another area of the budget. I mean, we do that all year long.
This is my fourth year to do this, so I'm very well aware of that, but I'm not comfortable with the way this conversation's going.
If I may, just keep this in mind. You need to have a balanced budget.
Yes.
You cannot have a deficit budget. So if you don't agree with what the superintendent says, then you need to help her find $350,000 more in cuts.
No. Why, since when do we have to tell?
My motion was for her to come forward with a new recommendation. But here's the thing.
Hold on, just a second. We need to have just one conversation at a time.
Come on here
Let's
and
just,
do this motion.
just a minute, please. Lillian, just explain what you're explaining. And then we'll both-
Tonight, between this motion and her other two motions, she has provided the cuts that balance your budget. Is that correct, Dr. Fair?
That is not only correct, but it also is in keeping with the budget when it was passed, that these cuts were in that budget that was approved. That's what I'm bringing.
Right. If you don't approve of her cuts,
we have to find some other place.
She'll come back. She comes back with you some more. You don't approve. She comes back with you some more. You don't approve. At some point, you need to approve a balanced budget.
Right. We got that.
Okay.
All right. That we actually know.
I understand.
Okay.
You have to have a
All right.
balanced budget.
So are we all set to call the question here?
One quick question.
Go ahead.
Why 10? What was the rationale by picking 10?
Because it seems like it's a compromise of 20.
But there was no staffing idea, just you just picked not 5, not 15?
No, and actually looking at the numbers and the number of schools we have and what schools were falling short, 10 would disperse out better opportunities for the buildings. If you look at how many elementary schools we have, all right, we have 6 of them, plus we have at the high school the largest population, so looking at 2 more going to the high school and then 1 for each the middle school of the middle schools. But it would be able to be the right number to put back so that there would be 1 more person in that building to help with, and I'm really concerned with dismissal of buses.
So you're saying 1 at each school?
And that's what I, and if at, going down the road, if it was that, you know, there's a school that's okay, you can look at, there's a one-on-one, we have to have at that building, you can shift it around. But the reason why I came up with around 10 was to better service, you know, if you said only 5, it really wouldn't make it. That's how I came up with 10. And it was compromising.
Okay. What's that? Let's vote it. You want to do a roll call vote on this
Yes, all
one?
budget items should be roll call vote.
Rest in a second.
Oh, I don't just, we'll take a break right after the vote. Yes. Go ahead.
President Benson?
Yes, on the motion for 10.
April Brunel? Yes. Larry Ceriso?
Yes.
Renee Cockrell? No. Janice DeFrancis?
Yes.
Kimberly Page? No. Douglas Roth?
Yes, I'll put them back.
That was yes? Motion passes.
Can I, Madam Chair, can I motion for a 5-minute recess, please? Thank you.
ask for money to cut 10 in the future.
Could you say that again?
My recommendation is that we accept the superintendent's additional 10 reductions that were on the list, with the stipulation that in the future, we will look to finding money to add 10 back in.
I'll second that motion. I understood at that time.
That doesn't imply priority over other areas.
This was the discussion, if I'm understanding you correctly, this was the discussion we were having before that vote of, that we were talking about the compromise to make us a balanced budget, and we are saying, with this motion, we are agreeing to the fact that this is a priority for us to add some of these back. If we continue to look and to add some of these back. Is that, am I getting you right?
That is correct.
Okay.
If you would like to, I will amend my motion to make it that it be a priority that we add the 10 back in.
Well, do you need to say 10? Because what if we only find 7?
Up to. Up to. I will amend my motion to say we will make it a priority to bring up to 10 back in.
Okay. I still second that if I need to do that again.
I'm not sure I understand.
Madam Clerk, would you read that motion?
The motion is to accept the superintendent's additional 10 paraprofessional reductions with the stipulation that we will look to find money to add them back in, with the amendment to make this a priority to bring up to 10 back in.
Committeewoman Page, could you explain your motion and what is behind it? Because the word priority, that means, to me, taking effect. Could you
That's
explain
right.
it?
It means that we put this as our top priority. We've just all said that we want to bring these 10 professionals back in. I support that. But at the same time, it says right now we have a balanced budget, and so we're following the superintendent's recommendation. So it's a sort of thing of we're saying, yes, we're following the recommendation, but this better be by putting it as a priority where we start finding the money to get it back in. And it doesn't mean that we just kind of do this mealy-mouth thing that we say, oh, yeah, you know, we want to add it back in sometime. It means it is our priority.
I don't, may I comment?
Sure.
I don't see what you're really doing. Let's cut to chase. You're really killing the other motion, and the word priority is what it should be. Priority means tops. That's what it means. So,
I'm trying to get us to a place where we're balanced. I'm trying to make
We
sure
have-
that we
we
follow our
haven't got that
statutory
list up
duty and make sure that we are balanced, and at the same time, we uphold what we said just recently, is that this is important to us. And so
I
that's what I'm
maintain
trying to
it's
say.
important, but that motion, I won't discuss it, but I'll have a vote on it, and so you'll know how I feel about it. But I don't, the word priority, to me, you've just flipped over what we just voted for. And we have only got to one thing in the budget. I know we got to have a balanced budget. Let's keep going. But that's your privilege to do it the way you see it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Page, if I understand the motion correctly, I guess what I'm hearing is that you're saying that as we go through these budget discussions, that the restoration of those 10 spots becomes the priority. So if we find money, they go there first.
Right.
So you're not going to put back some other priority or something else that we stumble into first. That the priority of restoration of funds, because you have to offset this to come back to balance, the first place they go is into this area. Is that understand? So if, for example, we say we're going to save money by reducing our energy costs by $100,000. Let's say something like that happens, right? Wishful thinking, just throwing it out there. That $100,000 we find goes to paying for the restoration of those 10 spots first.
Right.
Okay, now I understand the motion.
Larry?
Thank you. Two separate issues. One, basically, that motion is undoing the previous motion and wording it that we're going to agree to those 20 cuts, but put a priority on it that we're going to find funding to put 10 back in. So essentially, you're undoing the previous motion that already passed. And correct me if I'm wrong, procedurally, that's out of order. The only person who can make a motion to revisit something that we've already voted on and passed is someone that voted in the affirmative.
I'm not making a motion to undo what we did. I am making a motion to add to the staff reductions. The first motion was to take only 10 of the reductions. I am now making a motion to take the other 10. With this being as a top priority, that we will then make sure that this is where we add back in.
May we seek the advice of our legal counsel? Because I certainly agree with Mr. Cerruti.
Karen, can you read the first motion that was approved?
I lost it.
So that it just...
I need to hear, I want to hear the first motion and then hear the second motion.
Take it.
Okay.
Right.
I didn't hear it. The first motion is to... The first motion that was approved, or...
The motion that was approved prior to the break.
Okay, the motion was to cut 10 paraprofessionals from the 2008-2009 budget.
Okay. That was the first motion.
That was the motion that was approved.
What's the second motion that's on the floor right now?
On the floor is the motion to accept the superintendent's additional 10 paraprofessional reductions with the stipulation that we will look to find money to add them back in. The amendment to that motion is that we will make it a priority to bring up to 10 paras back in.
Up to 10.
I think that's a different motion.
That is.
That's a different motion. The first motion, you didn't say we're reducing this, you cut 10. Your recommendation, Mrs. Brunel, was to cut 10. The second motion on the floor is to cut 10 more, with the priority being that if money is found, those people will be added back. In my opinion, those are two separate motions. I don't believe the second one undoes the first.
Thank you. April. I find it very upsetting that after all the paras left, and after all the teachers left, and they're going home, thinking that the topic was over, and we took a recess, that all of a sudden this is thrown out, and they are no longer here to hear what is happening, and it's just very discouraging. I'm disappointed in the process that's presented in front of us tonight. I think it's in bad faith. It's inappropriate, totally.
I think that,
With all due respect, the motion's perfectly valid. I know what you're trying to do. I think it was done untoward. People wanted to stay to listen. We're going to be here long enough, and I've been out here doing that. I think they undo a motion.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Me too.
This is my opinion, you're making your opinion.
Me too. Thank you for interrupting. I was just going to say, I think the motion's in order. I think it's valid.
Great.
I have a question, Pam. In terms of using the word priority, when we look at some other staffing reductions coming up in the next, I think, few hours, that if those also become a priority, the language, the semantic of using the word priority, and I'm just trying to get a clarity of it, because yes, this is important, it would be a priority, but there are a few other things that are coming through that we have listed that I would also say are priority. So it becomes difficult to know if we have, if on each one of those votes, if the word priority is used, which one takes precedent?
When we get to that item, we can decide. I mean, that's part of what we've been talking about here, is that we want to have a priority as to where we want to make cuts. So at that time, you can say if that priority is greater than the paras. I mean, it's a sort of thing of, right now, from the motion that I heard before, I heard that we wanted to make sure we could bring as many people back as possible. So that's why I said, let's make this a priority. My intention, I would have made the motion before we took the break.
Yes, Jeff?
I think the notion of priority is important because we're unbalancing the budget. So we can go back through and undo every cut, every spending priority that we made between November and February, undo all of that, and just start over again and try to hash out what the priorities are. By labeling this particular reinstallation of staffing as the priority, it puts us in a mode that we're rebalancing the budget. In other words, we're balancing the checkbook as we spend another $350,000. So what's the priority? If we're going to add back something else, or we're going to cut something else, that immediately should go to fund the motion that was passed earlier.
Well, I heard Mrs. Blankenship talk about the issue of cutting 20 paraprofessionals would be detrimental to the safety of our schools.
That's correct.
I didn't hear that cutting 10 would be. And yet there are other areas we're making very dramatic cuts also in terms of teaching, administration, et cetera. So although I also agreed that I would want to agree to the 10 as a priority, my concern is that you're going to hear me say priority on a few other items, and I don't want to making it not have the essence of what really it means. So, I mean, I know that if we lay off 10 within the 30-day notice, we always have that opportunity to bring those back because we legally have now done that.
Can I answer you for a second?
Yeah.
I did say in my motion up to 10. So that does give us some room that if you have something else that you want to put up there as a priority, that we can do that.
I'm not sure who was first. I think it was Renee.
Renee hasn't
Renee
gone.
Thank you, April. What if we just remove the word priority?
For me personally, it is, because this is the group that I feel number-wise is most definitely hardest hit. I don't know what the discussions are going to be later on. It sounds like we're kind of starting back over and going. So for me, I could accept the word priority. If that's kind of a problem there, then maybe your motion, as you originally stated, without the word priority, would that be acceptable to you?
May I just state that if you take out the priority, then it is going to be a motion that's undoing the motion that was already done. The words that actually made it different were the priority, because you didn't have that in your first motion. If you take out priority now, you are just undoing, and it's an improper motion. It's undoing the motion that was previously done.
April?
Thank you. The differences between the two is that I'm not saying if money comes available. All right? I'm saying you might have to take it from maintenance or here, and come up with a new cut. Okay? Whereas what Kim is presenting, that if we have money come available, we will make it a priority. And we may not have extra money coming available to us. I'm not talking about, but that's the very two differences between the two votes, is that I'm saying go forward, go back into the budget and cut something else.
But by your motion that you made before, we have to have money coming back in because we've just unbalanced the budget. So it's not anything that we can wiggle room and say, no, we're not going to cut anymore. We have to by the motion we made before. So mine says, hey, this is our top priority for getting the budget balanced again, and let's make sure we're there. And we all know we're going to sit here and we're going to make sure there's more cuts, because I think that's one thing that we can all agree on, saying there's other areas we want to cut.
But my vote does balance the budget. She just hasn't come forward and told us how she's going to do it yet. Okay? It will balance. It's not like going to be out there unbalanced for the next 5 months. It is just an answer to come back with other alternatives. The budget will be balanced.
Madam Chair, call the question.
Okay, want to read it again, Karen, please?
Going to vote on the amendment first.
Vote on the amendment.
Wait a minute.
No, let her read it back, so we'll just read it back.
We did vote on the amendment last time. I just amended the motion.
Why don't you change the motion
You have to
to be
withdraw
the
your
motion you
motion and change
want,
it.
and then you can get it seconded, and that can be one vote.
And it can be one vote.
I thought I did that. Then and Renee seconded it.
She did change it.
I did.
All right,
I changed
can
my
you read it
motion.
as one vote? It's right. Read it as one motion.
So it's one motion. Okay.
Right.
Motion to accept the superintendent's additional 10 paraprofessional reductions with the stipulation that we make it a priority to bring up to 10 paras back in. Okay? Is that how you wanted it?
Yes. All question.
Elroy Benson?
No.
April Brunel? No. Larry Cerisi?
No.
Renee Cockrell?
Yes.
Janice DeFrancis?
No.
Kimberly Page?
Yes.
Douglas Roth?
Yes.
Motion fails.
I'm down with something.
Make it down, want to make a comment, why don't you make it loud enough?
Oh, that's going to go for everybody.
That is.
I'm very loud about my comments.
We should.
I share my comments with the whole
I guess the
community.
question I have, and maybe it's my confusion, so the motion that we voted on, yes, we then took out, we made the budget not balanced because we now are asking the superintendent to find that money.
That's correct.
Kim's motion, although it did not pass, would have made the budget balanced in that respect, because in actuality, it wasn't really identifying the priority of putting those 10 back in as a definite. So yes, now I understand the difference in the two. Thank you. I had to talk it out myself to get some clarity. Go ahead, Larry.
Just a quick point, and I suggest we move on to the other agenda items, but we've already submitted a balanced budget.
Thank you.
We've already submitted a balanced budget. We reallocate funds from one area of the budget to the other area of the budget all budget season long. We've done it last year, we've done it the year before that. We've asked for offsets. We're not in uncharted territories here. The goal here now is for the superintendent to make a recommendation for an offset for this expenditure. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Are we going to move on to? Well,
Nope, we still have more.
We still have more. We're still on
Yes.
number one.
For the professional faculty, NEA and K, I have another sheet that you've got, page, that has staffing reductions and increases. There are additions that I'd like to make. But first, I'd like to go through the reductions. First six positions, the first six are positions, and they would be program reductions. So the 5 dance drama positions, we haven't had the SMART program in years. We have dance drama in the 6 elementary schools and the 2 middle schools, and I'm recommending that those 5 dance drama positions be eliminated, and 1 technology educator position. We have 2 technology educator positions in the district, and one of them I am recommending to be in this program cut. In addition to those, I am looking at the following reductions based on enrollments. The first is a full-time equivalent careers position at the high school, and that is based every year. The students go through course selection, and the students did not select enough of the careers that one person could be reduced. The next is a full-time English as a second language teacher. Currently, we have 4 ESL teachers and 1 out on leave, and the student population can be handled by 4 ESL teachers. So when that one person comes back, then someone could be bumped. We only need 4. And then, based on enrollments, there is a second grade teacher at Forest Park, and I believe I went over these at one point with student enrollments, but I just wanted to put them on this list. So a second grade at Forest Park, a third grade at Stony Lane, a 4th grade at Quidnesset, and a 6th grade at Wickford Middle School. So those would be the reductions, and as I said before, there are 6 program reductions, and there are 6 enrollment reductions. But also each year, as we promote students from grade to grade, and we have
those class sizes change, I'm looking at the following additions. 3 first-grade teachers, one at Fishing Cove, one at Stony Lane, one at Forest Park, a half-time math position at Davisville Middle School, and a full-time math position at Wickford Middle School. So there isn't really a one-to-one because I'm adding some things, but we're taking away some things. The net effect when after the job fair and after whatever else takes place, I don't know if Barry's still here to address this, but after everything, Debbie could probably address it too, after everything takes place in June, we would bring you the names, and we could bring up to 10 names. There couldn't be more than that, according to the contract. So this is my recommendation. Questions?
Dr. Thayer, on the grade 1 increases enrollment, what would the class size be for Fishing Cove, Stony Lane, and Forest Park for grade 1, based on adding those teachers?
Stony Lanes would be about 15 and 16. Forest Park, would be about 16 or 17, and Fishing Cove would be 17 and 18.
Yes, sorry, Renee.
You have 8 FTEs listed here as teaching staff, and we can have 10 per contract.
10 teachers' names.
Right. Out of these, you may have just said it and I didn't hear it, but is this 8 names that you're bringing?
There will likely be 10 names.
There will be 10. So we can't even look at those first grade classes of size 15 because the contract is what?
18, I think.
18. So we couldn't even consider not putting more of those back to offset some of the 10
I think you can go
pairs.
higher. You can go higher. I think the contract says you can go higher.
You can go
in
higher.
first grade. You can go higher.
No, I'm saying to try to offset what we just did with the 10 pairs, the 350. So I'm saying, can we?
We're going to the maximum for the teachers.
So these that you have listed, these 8 FTE positions, those are 10 people?
Correct.
10 names, okay.
All right.
Thank you. I understand it's 8 FTEs.
Yes.
But it'll result in 10 names, which is what the contract allows for, 10 names. So I think the net effect is we end up with 2 FTEs or 2 additional teachers that we originally didn't budget for, because I think we budgeted for a reduction of 10. Is that correct?
In the rough numbers, but we need the breakage. We need some of that breakage in order to get to the number that we thought.
What my question is where does the funding come from to offset the difference that we budgeted for a reduction of 10, and the net effect is we're only going to be able to reduce 8. So we're going to have 2 additional teacher positions that we didn't budget for. Where does the funding come from to offset that difference?
Can you say that one more time?
Sorry, I'm not following the funding.
If I'm understanding correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, we originally budgeted for a reduction of 10 FTEs.
Approximately $550,000.
Right. We can reduce by 8 FTEs because 8 FTEs actually result in 10 names, and by contract we're only able to reduce by 10 names. But I think what happens is, and I look to Ned, because the superintendent, whoever, but I'm thinking to myself, we end up with 2 FTEs. The net effect is 2 FTEs that we didn't budget for. Am I understanding
The
that?
reduction, and the reduction will actually, if what we projected holds true, it will be about $535,000, not $550,000.
So we're at 15 that we have to find.
That's
clean across the board.
That's the case in all these categories. The original information that was provided to the school committee were estimates based on an average cost per position. And what you have with the teachers is $535 versus $550. And frankly, to understand the budget process throughout the course of the year, which we've had these discussions on unemployment, breakage, and other items, they're not going to be exact. And that's why this budget format was delivered to you a little bit differently, because of the wide swings you had in last year's budget. You had key assumptions of 1% raise and 20% copay in your health benefits. those assumptions did not hold up. So, same thing applies to these, but to a much lesser degree, which is, on average, we figured that cost per position.
So the effect is in staff, it results in 2 FTEs, but bottom line figure is a difference of approximately $15,000.
Yes, and to understand, too, the work and time that goes into this is you have to navigate those different constraints.
Right.
So one is, what are the number of kids served? What are the bumping impacts of picking that person over another person? And how do you kind of meet all these different constraints and still get to that 550 number? And that got us there.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Fear, the Center for the reductions due to specific decreases in enrollments, Forest Park, Stony Lane, Quinnesset, Wickford Middle, are those positions going away? Those jobs will no longer exist, or are those teachers moving out because of enrollment and they're going into job fair?
They go to job fair, however that's done.
Based on their seniority, if they have the seniority.
Okay, so even though the assignment may change, the job is not. So that's not a cut.
Certification, right.
But the job's not going away. So if I understand that correctly, then those 4 are nullified. Then if I look at the 8 FTEs at a -8, those are the reductions, and then take the bottom set, which we're adding 4.5, which I would assume those are new positions, correct? Those are over and above. We're at a staffing model now. That would seem to me, if I do the math there, that would leave us at a net reduction of 3.5 teaching positions. We used 10 at $55K apiece to balance the budget. If I'm looking at that 3.5 figure, I just want to make sure if I'm wrong here, my assumption's wrong. It seems to me that that number, that 3.5, would have to equal that 535 or 550. I'm not sure how we get there.
I don't see it that way. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, and it's kind of late, so I may be wrong, but these 4 positions that we're decreasing by are simply, as you like to say the word, redeployed. They're being redeployed into these other elementary positions, right? So they offset each other. So you're taking away 4. You're adding 4.5. So actually, we're only adding a half of a job.
Okay, so that's a key point. So the 4 in the center are going to be redeployed in the set in the bottom.
Well,
So the sort of-
they may be different people.
Right,
Yeah,
just
but-
I really not adding anymore.
But if they don't certify, you don't have them, we don't know how that's going to break, right? It's not a perfect fit. We don't know that those 4 are going to fit the 4 in the bottom. Do we know that?
Madam Chair, if you look at the schools, you have Forest Park, Stony Lane, Quinnesset, Wickford Middle School. You have Fishing Cove, Stony Lane, Forest Park, Davisville Middle School, and Wickford Middle School. The 3 certifications, Mr. Roth, the elementary is divided into sections. Am I right? I think we have a certification now that's kindergarten, early childhood, which entails grades 1, 2, 3. Then we have another one. And the way the schools are lined up, I don't think we'll have a certification problem there. Because elementary certificates, and it depends on how long they've been in, some of them go from elementary on through junior high, and some of them go to the other. So I see what you're doing, Dr. Fear, and it will work right in that, because the schools add up to where it is. When you get to the certification, there's middle schools, high schools, and subject-orientated, and special ed. So I see where these will come out.
Well, the other thing that I think that this does, to go along with Mel, is that not only does this help us to get the balance that we want, but we're also increasing our teacher numbers in the first grades. So if we think about that, we have had people who have said to us, we would like all-day K. We all know we're not going to be able to afford all-day K, but by increasing and making the first grade classes smaller, we are now giving that lowest students, I mean, not counting kindergarten, but the kids who are in school all day, we are giving them more one-on-one help by making those classes very small. So we're saying, and kind of going around it, we're saying, okay, we can't afford the all-day K, but you know what? These kids in their first year of school, this is our priority, and this is where we want to make sure that we help the kids out. And if we are cutting the 10 paraprofessionals, as we just voted, this also will help those teachers because they'll have a smaller class. When you only have 15 or 16 or 17 kids in a class, that will be a whole lot better for that first grade teacher than if they had the larger class that we have this year. So, if we're looking at places where we're having our priorities, I'm saying, hey, this is a good model because I want those little kids to have the extra help, and this is the model I want to have.
You're absolutely right. And then you look at the lineup of the schools.
Larry, then April.
Uh-huh.
Just a quick question. At Stony Lane... Sorry. I'm going to keep going here. Stony Lane, you have about 90 students in the first grade class. Is that what it jumped to? I know it jumped quite high.
We are estimating 90.
So it was at 5 classrooms, and now you're making it 6 classrooms?
Correct.
And so it jumps up to 17 to 18 kids?
That's excellent.
I'm figuring 15. How did you get 17, 18?
I have 15, 16. That's what I said, 15 and 16 is what I have.
I wrote
As
down
far as
17, 18 at Stony.
No, I have
15, 16 at Stony.
15, 16.
15, 16. Now that's a good sized class.
It is, and it's really interesting that you bring up priority, and I agree. I really like the small class size, and that has always been a priority. What's really hard here, and I'm just throwing this out to the committee, don't kill me, but the technology educator services 1,500 students. And so, if you want to look at, I just want to throw it out to, think about the priority of the smaller classes versus the person who services the entire early childhood educational system. And do you want to, we're really not eliminating just a person, you're eliminating an entire position for that whole early childhood education and what that effect will be. I have some real concerns from it. I've received a lot of phone calls and as to what it's going to look like without anybody helping them. It's new. It's totally new ground, and I haven't seen how it's been presented, how it's going to be a brand-new model, and we've never had anything like this before. And what is it going to look like, and what will happen to our system with technology? I just really, it's part of this whole package. I love the idea of the 15, 16 classes, but is it, we put everything on a scale, and we got to weigh it out, and we're trying to get the best bang for our buck. Is that worth more educationally than one person who services the entire technology program for all the elementary schools? And right now, I just don't see it happening. I'd like to hear what other people think about that.
Madam Chairman, if I may, before other people, and please excuse me, April, I don't mean to be interrupting, but when it comes to educational decisions, I need to remind this committee that determining the educational decisions and where people can best be served is the role of the superintendent. So what you need to do is either vote her recommendation up or vote it down, but unfortunately, where staffing is best needed is her decision and her decision alone, and that's according to state statute. And again, I don't, you know what I mean?
I can see that, definitely, but we still need to have a discussion. Do you understand the impact? And that would be whether you would vote for it or you wouldn't vote for it. Do you understand the impact of not having a technology person for all the elementary schools versus having 15 to 16 kids, then you would vote it up or you would vote it down. But I'm just putting it out on the table because I like the discussion about the low numbers of the classrooms. I really do. And it's just, that these two are pitted against each other is just sad, But that's what I'm throwing out there, is to perhaps not have a class that low in one of the buildings, and then you have the opportunity to put technology back in that services the entire elementary education,
Thank you, Dr. DeFrancis. So, April, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. What you're proposing or asking is we increase the class size of the first grade at, I forget which school it was, but to increase the class size, which would require one less teacher, utilize the savings from that to fund the technology educator's position. Is that what you're basically asking? Okay. And I would like to support the superintendent's recommendation that we have in front of us right now with that request as part of it, whether we request the superintendent to take a look at that and report to the committee as far as would she consider that as her recommendation, or to make that change in her recommendation, or to keep the recommendation as is. I don't know.
And again, let me just add that if you vote her recommendation down, that doesn't automatically make her change it to the rate you want. In other words, the staffing is her decision. How she places people in positions is her decision.
I think basically what I'm asking is, how does the superintendent feel about April's thoughts? Yeah, right. If it's, obviously it's something you'd have to go back and take a look at to see if it's doable, if it's in fact doable.
Actually, I have looked at it. I've taken this very, very seriously. And, so do you want me to answer the question now?
Yep.
Okay. I would not make that change. It is not to say that I don't value the technology educator, but as you say, that it is one person for how many children? That person is really, that position, in my view, is to be working with the teachers to build the capacity of teachers to use technology in the classroom, not to provide direct instruction to the children. We have also not invested in technology at those elementary levels, and I expect classroom teachers to be used in technology. I feel very, very strongly about first grade and about low class sizes. I believe in the quality of teachers, and that teachers make a difference, not just low class sizes, and that putting all of that together, I feel very strongly about small first grades.
Dr. Fair, if you were looking for a motion on this recommendation, I just want to make sure that I have it correct. Would the motion be to approve the reduction of 8 or 10? In other words, would the motion be...
It's 8 positions?
Right.
It's these 8 positions.
8 positions, okay. Janice?
Dr. Prince. And I just, maybe I'm tired, Dr. I just want to confirm the center reductions, there's 4 FTEs in the middle that are going to job fair. The goal is to put them into the additional slots where they can. So if a certification fits, if you've got a grade 2...
They change. They go to job fair. My understanding, I don't know where they go. It's just not...
But they could be, I guess, so we don't know yet whether it's a one-to-one fit. We know that okay, so I guess I can't
be certain that the second grade at Forest Park is going to go to first grade at Forest Park. They determine that.
And if job fair doesn't shake that out to where that happens, you could have a situation where that second grade teacher that is that Forest Park identified teacher there would get some other role within the district, and we'd still be hiring an additional. So that would cut into that budget number. If that happens, we'd have to find funding down the road, if I understand that right.
We're not finding any more funds. We're not finding any more funds.
Go
ahead, Mel.
Community Man Walsh, in the job fair, I can give you a practical example. Maybe there's a teacher at Forest Park that teaches 4th grade, and she would like to change due to her seniority to another building. If that person has lower seniority in that 4th grade, she will automatically have to accept the job at Forest Park, and that teacher has all the rights to rearrange her teachers and reassign them with the permission of Dr. Vitt, because state law says she's responsible for the day-to-day operations and the carrying on for the school. So I don't think that deserves much, but I want to weigh in on the fact of keeping the lower first grades. It is very important that we have small first grades. We do not have all-day kindergarten. You know, the bus come by my house. You live out in high-rent districts, and I doubt if buses can go around those little streets. We have big wide streets. And it's 3 little heads on there in the morning, and 3 little heads on there in the afternoon. And it looks like they leave at 9 and back by 10:30, so they need a smaller class as they can get. Let's not put money in front of everything. Let's use our intelligence as school committee and as people who are interested in the education. So that's the way I feel about it.
Dr.
Keep it
Field,
like it is.
I'm going to say something right now, if you don't mind. In making those decisions on these particular reductions, I'm assuming that the administration, you met with all the principals, and this was a concerted effort in looking at best way to service the students within their schools.
Yes.
I'm not sure of the order here, but I'll do Kim.
It's
okay. Well, I'm not trying to stifle the conversation, but I am going to make a motion that we accept the superintendent's staffing reductions and increases for the 2008-2009 year.
Second.
I did want to say, I think that we're all going to find things on here that we don't like. I went to a wonderful program over at Quinnesset 2 weeks ago, in which the dance drama program was incorporated with their entire curriculum for their history. And we had students who had made all of their drawn things in their art classes. They sang songs, they danced, and it was their whole curriculum was integrated. And I saw this program for 2 hours. Basically, the students presented the history of the United States. They had memorized Martin Luther King's speech, Abraham Lincoln's speech. I thought it was truly terrific. And so, I do, with reluctant heart, I'm going to vote to cut this dance drama position. And so I think we'll all find things on here that we're just like, oh, gosh, I really don't want to cut that. I mean, it was just a wonderful program. And, so while I made this motion, I don't like it. But I understand where reality is. I understand what we need to get to.
I just want to make a comment about low class size. I am a supporter of low class size, but I would caution us to recognize that in no way negates the need for a full-day kindergarten program. And when you look at early intervention and services, I would suggest to you that 15 versus 18, I think it's wonderful if we can have classes of 15. And what I would also suggest is that we look at what is, and analyze the data. Is there really some significant difference in achievement after the course of a year when you reduce the class from 18 to 15? Because if we go under the premise that just having small class size will, and we keep that without looking at all other factors that affect the education early intervention, such as preschool, K, 1, 2, 3, then I think we need to be very cautious, because I would suggest to you that small class size in grade 2 and grade 3 are also imperative. So I guess, and I agree that they're not easy cuts, so that's all.
Dr. DeFrancis, I'd like to clarify something to the audience. My speech on small class sizes, I haven't conducted the data, but I've been in the classroom, and I do know that the more attention and the smaller the classes are, that the children would do better, and in no way was I speaking about thinking it was going to take kindergarten, because if we're waiting on anything here and a tax increase in North Kingstown, it'll be 3 years before you get to kindergarten. So we got to make the best all-day kindergarten. So my thing was what was best for the student, the 7 hours there.
Okay. Let's call the question. Oh, yes, sorry.
Jill Johnnon, 102 Side Drive. I am a proponent of small class sizes and have stated so for years now, and I'm happy to see that that is also a priority. But I think you have to look at things, what is the priority, and is it a priority for the district, and whatever you implement needs to be equitable amongst the schools. There are projected 90 first graders at Stony Lane with 6 teachers. 4 classes with 15, 1 with 16, 1 with 14. There are 87 students projected for first grade at Fishing Cove with 5 teachers, either 17 or 18 per class. 3 differences in students. So if that's a priority, then it should be a priority at all the schools. And how are you determining what school is getting that benefit? Personally, I think, it's ideal if you can do it, but I agree with what April saying, if you took away that one educator and went up to 18 students in first grade, which is still much better than we normally have. I know when my son was in first grade, he had 21 to 22 kids in his class. You're providing an elementary technology educator that reaches all of our elementary school kids. And it's far-reaching, the effect of this technology. She's not just teaching the teachers. She is one-on-one. She's contact. She's co-teaching and providing them this type of technology education. We've embraced technology. Our district is high-performing and we support technology. We've supported bonds in the past for technology. We've built this program. We have an incredible program. And to let this go, we are getting rid of this. Is this really the priority of our town? You really need to think hard before you cut this position and eliminate what we have.
Got voted down.
Well, she's right. I was reading an article about a month ago in the Times. Books are going to be on the computer. We won't be ordering no more textbooks. She's right. Technology is important.
Okay, yes, April.
I just would like to add that the piece that was missing from it is that one of the classes goes down to 14. And I think it's a wonderful idea to have classes of 14, but at this time, it just doesn't ring right with me at Stony Lane that there be classes of 14, 15, and 16, and yet we would not have this technology person.
I'm Denise Frederick, and I am the other technology educator in North Kingstown. And I feel compelled to comment on this. When I started in this position 8 years ago, the district saw fit to have 3 technology educators, one dedicated to each of the 3 levels, high school, middle school, and elementary school. They recognized that for technology to be truly integrated, you needed to have someone who was knowledgeable as a teacher to work with teachers to make that happen. Several years ago, that position was eliminated. First, we had 2.5 technology educators, and then for the last 2.5 years, we have had 2. Sue and I work very well together. We are not divided as elementary or secondary technology educators. We each have responsibilities K-12. We have divided those where our interests and expertise lie. I am a secondary teacher, so it makes more sense for me to support technology at the secondary level.
and Sue at the elementary level. One of the things I think that you have to consider is if you eliminate one technology educator and have one remaining, one person will be expected to support technology pre-K through 12, unless there is a change in the job description. I have not seen that happen. So, we're spread pretty thin with two of us supporting the needs of the entire district. With one person to support the needs of the entire district, I don't see how the program can be effective. Thank you.
Renee? If this is, can any of this be absorbed by the technology department? Can any of these duties, the teacher part of it at least? I mean, the work has to get done, so it can, is there a way to assign this to someone that's already in the technology department? I know that you guys have been talking about that at the consolidation level. Is this doable? I mean, is it doable to take some of these duties, or all of these duties, and have someone within the IT department do them? That's already currently an employee that we don't have to pay extra for.
When you're talking about a teacher, only a teacher can do teacher work, okay, because it's bargaining unit work. So,
but if it's just teaching other teachers, I don't guess I get it, what they're doing.
I think the letter that we got, Renee, and from Sue.
Yeah, I read it,
explains very
and
much the position, because you're working with teachers and educate, like a tech coordinator is working with teachers, with the students, doing co-teaching, like sort of like the smart
dance drama, to where they were kind of
very much
reinforcing what was being done in the classroom.
Not just reinforcing, I think also creating with the teacher.
That's correct.
So it's a little different.
And one of the priorities that we had...
How'd you get a bit?
I would say about 5%. I actually just teach teachers after school. The majority of my day is co-teaching with teachers. That's what I do. I go in and teach a class that we've planned with the curriculum to use the technology in a way that makes sense. A teacher who doesn't know better will just let the kids go Google, Davy Crockett, whereas I can go in and I can set up a web page with reasonable sites and places for these kids to go. So we all know Google isn't the best place to go. This is just one example of a social studies lesson that you could do, but you're integrating it so that the teacher, I model the lesson with the teacher. The next time the teacher goes in, they don't need me. So when you say I'm teaching teachers, that's true. But the majority of my day is spent teaching children. And I think I can answer when I say that the technicians are not in the business of teaching the software. They absolutely don't know the curriculum. And I don't think it would be appropriate to ask any of them to take our jobs. So when you cut the position, you're cutting the position. You are taking the person who takes the computers and shows the teachers and the children how to use it. And I've had many, many people, teachers, tell me over the last week that they just won't use the technology. And if that's, where you're going with your elementary school, you don't want the technology used, then, that's your decision to make. But that's probably the reality.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. DeFrancis. Kind of try to look back to the theme of making cuts that have least impact on students, and it's difficult to do at times, obviously, but looking at the technology department's budget, if I'm reading it correctly, for proposed 09, there's 2 clerical clerk positions in the budget in the technology department alone, and an additional $10,000 for a technician intern. I would ask some consideration to look into those areas as a possible offset to provide funding to keep the position of the technology teacher that's directly interacting with students intact.
Is that a motion? Yes, that a motion.
I
Because
don't
we have a
remember what I
motion
just
on the
said, but-
floor. There's a motion on the floor.
I'll let
Dr. Fair, how would we be set with this model for first grade? And I know we're struggling to get through this year, but I'm concerned about the out years. I'm concerned about next year and the third year. That if we're committing to long-term lower class sizes at the first grade level, next year, I think, Ned, you had projected our budget deficit for 09-10 at this point conservatively to be at $1.3 million, right?
That's something worked on with the superintendent when we went through and looked at in the October-November timeframe.
Yep.
We initially looked at all the staffing levels. One of the things that budget projection is predicated upon was the cuts made this year, because you had last year's lack of cuts, this year's extreme cuts, which then goes into next year, which becomes more manageable. So based on making those original cuts, you're looking at about 1.2, 1.3.
Based on the original cuts, but if we look back tonight, we've already put back 10 of the paraprofessionals at whatever bottom line that was. Carrying that recurring cost next year, so that goes to the bottom line of next year's deficit. Just as we go, it's got to come out of something else, right? But my point is that if that something else is not, and I know it's painful, bear with me, please. If that something else is not in the area of recurring cost, you're going to cut something incremental now. Then next year, when we have a deficit, you're just going to have to go back to the staffing areas again. That's my point, is that can we sustain the first grade model in the next 2 or 3 years with the deficits we're facing? Do we know that yet?
Well, it's both of us.
You can't sustain anything. That's not the mode that we're in. We're not in sustaining. Next year, we cannot sustain what we have this year. We've been told that clearly. So the following year, it is clear we won't be able to sustain what we have next year. And with 30/50, you can't sustain. So that conversation, I don't know where that's going.
My point is that we're going to hold on to this knowing we can't sustain it down the road. That if you've got a program now, like the technology educators, they're gone. And we might not be able to sustain the other part of the first grade model now. I'm saying it's not as simple as that. It's almost like we're making immediate decisions on today's budget without looking at what might happen next year, and you might lose them both. That's my point.
What I'm saying is that when I look at first graders and what I believe that first graders need, I believe first graders need to learn to read. I believe they need to be in class sizes where teachers can address learning to read and doing the math that they need to learn, those early literacy skills, whether or not most children come to school knowing how to use a computer. I'm not talking about children who don't have access. I believe that there are some, but I also believe that they must learn to read, and first grade is a critical year. So if you can only do it for 1 year, then you do it for 1 year. That's what we're budgeting for next year. That is my recommendation, and I would go back to what Mrs. Carroll said, either vote it up or vote it down. And, we've done this before, but...
Larry, and then we need to vote.
Well, I'm not quite sure what the proper process would be here. I'll defer to Attorney Carroll. I think we need to either vote this motion up or down first. But an amendment that I would offer is to reinstate the technology educator position and ask that the administration recommend an offset from elsewhere in the technology department's budget.
How does that change this motion here, Mary Ann?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find the appropriate procedure to...
Is there a motion on the floor to accept the superintendent's recommendation?
Yes.
And seconded.
You need to vote that motion up or down first.
Okay.
And
then you can still make a modification to it?
Then you're going to turn, if that's what you're going to do, then you're going to make a motion to accept part of the superintendent's recommendation. But you've got to vote the motion up or down.
Okay.
But keeping in mind, I'm sorry, it's getting late and I'm getting tired. You can't, she makes the decisions as to how the staffing is determined in the school.
That's right.
It's her decision to make.
They understand that.
Okay. They do. They don't.
They don't.
Even if you vote her motion down, it's not going to guarantee that the tech ed person is going to be there.
Now, if you made a motion to keep that position.
She's recommending that it be cut. Okay? You've got to vote her up or you've got to vote her down.
Right.
If it's her recommendation that that position is being cut, you can't turn around and say, we want to put it back.
Why?
I have a question.
Okay, again, this all...
Like when we, in the past, like if it's a position gone, it's not saying a person, it's a total position and a curriculum that is leaving the district.
Okay.
If it was just one person.
Here's what let me just go back, okay? Yeah. And again, I apologize. It's getting late and I'm not focusing. Originally, you wanted to substitute a first grade teacher for your technology teacher. You can't do that. That's the decision of the superintendent. If she decides that we need to have so many first grades, and you say, no, we want you to eliminate a first grade and we want you to put the tech ed back, that's not your decision to make. That's the educational leader's decision to make. So you can't do that. You can't tell her to substitute. If you reject her recommendation, okay, you can vote it down and then just approve part of it. But you can't tell her to substitute a tech ed for a grade 1. Now, and again, just be real careful here. We need a balanced budget. You've already decided that we have to find $350,000. Now, if you leave that tech ed teacher's position in, you're asking her to find another $75,000, $80,000 maybe with benefits. We're getting, it's getting to be a lot of money.
And you vote then to not approve the Stony Lane grade 1?
No.
We can't vote on the
In other words,
sections.
she's decided, remember, she doesn't need a second grade, she needs a first grade. She doesn't need a third grade. Those are decisions of the superintendent. Quite frankly, that information we didn't even need to put on this agenda. In an abundance of caution, I think the superintendent and I had this conversation, and she wanted to lay it all out for you so you knew exactly what she was doing. The only thing you're voting on is her cuts, not on how she organizes the district in terms of what grades get funded.
You're not getting ratios. In the past, you used to get those ratios. It's not what you're getting. You're getting the actuals. And in first grade, I can't be sure that those are actuals. Those are anticipated actuals.
Could you just read? No.
I have a question for the attorney. Isn't it proper for us to be able to vote on this in a section, this one thing?
You can vote, right, but again, the Section 2 and Section 3 really is nothing for you to vote on. You're really just voting on her recommended cuts. The rest of it, Section 2 and Section 3, is the way she's organizing the staff that she needs to run the district.
I understand that, but the main question is the technology person.
But I think the way
My question to you was, you're able, in other things, to vote on it in section. We may accept this part and then go to the other and not accept a part.
I think
that's what we want to make.
Right.
I need to make clear.
I think the motion on the floor was to accept the recommendations of the superintendent in cutting the 8 positions. That's the motion that's on the floor right now. I think what you need to do is vote that motion one way, and then we can talk about what you can do next. You got to vote it up, or you got to vote it down.
To that same motion.
A new motion. Vote the motion up or down.
One other clarifying
The motion
question on this.
passes.
No.
One question on this. If we vote to approve the recommendations of the superintendent, That does not necessarily negate the fact that if we look at the budget and we see some elements in the budget that we felt could be consolidated to take care of a position such as the technology position.
That you can put it back.
That we could put it back. That's, okay, thank you. Okay.
Me,
Questions? Can we call the questions?
It's just not the either-or
Yeah.
technology for first grade. but
Right, she
it could
can't,
be
that's
something
right,
else.
right.
It can
For
be something
technology.
else. Go ahead, Karen.
No.
Yeah, but you can-
know better than we can get on that.
Not to tell her to do this instead of this.
We can't tell her to do any of it.
Okay.
That's
The
that.
motion is to accept the superintendent's recommendation of reductions and additions for the 08-09 school year. Melvoy Benson?
Read the motion again.
The motion is to accept the superintendent's recommendation of reductions and additions for the 2008-2009 school year.
Additions. Okay, yes.
April Brunel?
No.
Larry Cerisi?
No.
Renee Cockrell?
Yes.
Janice DeFrancis?
Yes.
Kimberly Page?
Yes.
Douglas Roth?
No.
Motion passes.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
It'd be a new motion.
You're going to make a new motion.
Wait just a minute. You mean to tell me you can't make an amendment to a motion?
There's no motion on the floor. You're going to make a motion.
Okay. I asked you that before we voted on the motion. We're calling these as we go along.
No, you had
No organization that nobody put a motion on the floor that you can't amend. No.
But we already voted on it, so it's not
Put a motion on the floor.
Make a new motion.
We're gonna face this pretty soon.
Read the motion again, because I have a new motion.
One you just voted on?
Mm-hmm.
Motion was to accept the superintendent's recommendation of reductions and additions to the 2008-2009 school year.
I make a new motion that that technology, make a motion to have the superintendent to find a place for technology education in the elementary schools.
Budget.
In the budget.
In the budget.
Money from the budget, from anywhere in the budget.
From anywhere in the budget. Now, let's don't forget, anywhere.
Okay, so you made the motion. Somebody needs to second it.
Second.
Now vote on that.
Any discussion?
You
Renee?
know, this is all, I'm sorry. I figure out how to formulate my question. So we're not supposed to, can you, in essence, if this motion passes, we are not reducing by 10 people. We are reducing by 9.
We've already reduced. Now we're asking her
To add that back.
to add it back. She may come back that she can or she can't. That's her recommendation, you know.
Well, no, but I wouldn't come back with another teacher.
Right.
That's what I'm asking. Would you,
Come back with a grade
because we're one
student.
But you won't come back with another
No,
staff person.
10 parents. No.
She might come back with another
Oh, that's funny.
I need to get one on.
Who seconded that motion?
Because if we add it back, then we're just reducing our
Not adding
line
it back
again.
right now.
You're not adding it back with the teacher. You're asking her to find the funding to fund the position, correct?
Right, and we're on page 3 of the budget. We still have other things to go through the budget.
Attempts
and
to
we know
find-
where we can get money.
She didn't say to add the position back into the budget.
Attempt to find the funding.
To add the position. In other words,
Find or attempt to find?
as of right now, the position's out of the budget because of the last vote that just took place.
Okay, what's the question? Do it again, Mel. What's the motion?
She's making a motion to ask the superintendent to find the money in the budget to put the tech ed position back.
Into
Did you
elementary
second that,
schools.
Larry? Okay.
And so if we vote this up, that means you have to find it, or you may come back to us and tell us, I could not find it.
I'll find it. You may say no to it. I'll find it.
Okay, so you'll come back and present an offset for that or not?
Yeah, I'll find it.
No, won't be no not in there.
I'll find it. I'll find it. But
But you
if you
have to
approve
find
it or
it.
not is up to
Mine
you.
is out.
Right.
Okay, so if we say yes, that's not necessarily approving whatever it is that...
Correct.
Okay.
They'll have to approve it.
Yeah, okay.
Call the question?
My only comment was that we just have to remember, we may still be cut by the state. I mean, we're still running this on the hopefulness that we will have a same funding level as we did last year. If we get cut by the state, I mean, we've just really kind of messed ourselves up with getting proper notification to people.
Well, except for the fact that you have a lot of teachers on layoff, and by the end of the school year, you need to call the ones back. Right now, you got lots and lots and lots and lots of teachers out there that at some point, superintendent could come back and recommend that they have to go.
Mel.
May I speak on the point of special privilege as a member? I just want to say this. North Kingstown citizens have always supported education. If we do a good job and be good stewards, I have no doubt that we cannot put in a referendum and the people will support us. You're acting as if all the skies have fallen in.
Let's get back to the question.
What is the point of order?
Point of order.
Point of order is there's no referendum under law that we can run. S-3050's taking that away.
Okay, let's
There's
vote.
vote.
We want to call the vote.
But I asked for to speak on special privilege, and you are out of place when you call point of order when I'm speaking. Thank you. And the people in North Kingstown, I will walk these streets for us to get enough money to support these schools. If we are good stewards.
Let's vote.
Can you call the question?
Call the question.
April Brunel?
Yes.
Larry Cerisi?
Yes.
Renee Cockrell?
Yes.
Janice DeFrancis?
Yes.
Kimberly Page?
No.
Douglas Roth?
Yes.
L. Boyd Benson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Change the way of the order.
It goes alphabetical and then switches.
Oh, yeah, did you switch?
First time tonight.
First time tonight.
I know.
Dennis?
Yes.
I would make a motion that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for reductions of clerk and custodial positions based on the 2008-2009 school budget.
Second. Any discussion? No.
I'd like to mention that clerks and custodial positions, the majority of them are being in the schools. You still don't want to talk about this building up here and the employees and the number they have. And we are trying not to affect clerks do many jobs.
Let me describe what's on here. First of all, the clerk at the high school, apparently the people at the high school got together and they decided that they could share the work, and they determined that a clerk position would be eliminated. And also, we have some retirements in clerk positions, so we believe that that person who would be displaced could apply for a clerk position that's in retirement. But it means, for the budget purposes, that one clerk goes away. The same thing in the business office at the administration building. A business clerk took a grant-funded position, and the clerks from transportation, what do I want to say? Buildings and grounds, and the curriculum office all got together and talked about the work, and they decided that they could share the work. So we don't have to replace the clerk in the business office. And then the half-time clerk at Davisville Middle School was the person that was the ASOP, was the person that had been told apparently a year ago that they were doing the ASOP, they were doing the calling, and with ASOP, that position would be eliminated. With the .5 custodians, so that's the clerks. With the .5 custodians, I should also say then with the paras, which I probably should have said before, but with the paras are also, we encouraged them that when these clerk positions that are retirees, that they apply for those positions. So some of those paras can go into other positions. So we didn't expect the full 20 to be laid off. Anyway, .5 custodian at Stony Lane, at Hamilton, at Quid, and high school, those are additional custodians. It's not the primary custodian, it's additional custodial work.
I just have one question. Our schools are very clean, and cleanliness is next to health. And with the enrollment that you have at Stony Lane and Hamilton, and the population you have, with the 4th and 5th grade at Hamilton who don't mind throwing milk on the floor, doing anything like that, and with the small children at Stony Lane, I just don't see how we can maintain our schools and keep up the health standards we have if we don't have enough help. I guess I have tunnel vision when it comes to the person that's making $1 an hour and keeping those who make $100. And those that's making $1 are dealing with our children. I'm through.
Any comment?
Public comment, yes.
I asked if there's any public comment. No.
Can you read the motion back?
Read the motion back, please, Karen.
Motion is to approve the superintendent's recommendation of clerk and custodian reductions for the 2008-2009 school budget.
Second.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Roll call.
Roll call?
We need adequate record.
Larry Cerisi?
Yes.
Renee Cockrell?
Yes.
Janice DeFrancis?
Yes.
Kimberly Page?
Yes.
Douglas Roth?
Yes.
Mel Boyd Benson?
No.
April Brunel?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
That was fun.
Now, get to council. What are we going to do here?
When kids come home with lice in their head,
There's several
don't call.
So does someone want to move athletics to, is that what you want to do?
You can go ahead and do it
Could
if
we
you
see
want to.
who, I know we have
Yes.
athletic people here, and I believe we have the vending, the lady that spoke on vending is here as well, so I would ask that take priority over the rental and the COPS program.
If you want to, Janice, I'll motion that we go to 4A, 3, and then 5.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll go to 4A,
3.
3, vending machine revenues and expenditures. Who's presenting that?
I think that
Ned, you have to. You were doing that?
I can.
once it closes.
Don't
My
call
feet
me.
are cold. Right here, around the...
Okay, any more,
I believe in the gentleman thing, so please do it.
Give you just one.
Yeah.
as you can see in your, as you can see in your packets, we've provided some information on vending machines. We have a few of our building principals to speak to that this evening, as well as our cafeteria supervisor, Patricia Cawley. I wanted to break this into two pieces. One piece would be to discuss the use of the funds, which I would turn over to the building principals as it pertains to what's going on in buildings specifically. One of the things I'd like to bring to your attention first, though, would be one thing with vending is the wellness policy impacts the success of our vending, so that soda can't be sold throughout the day, in which case, if it could be, obviously our sales would go way up. Likewise, the snack food that we sell is limited by that wellness policy, so for the same reason, we would restrict access to cookies and Pop-Tarts and that sort of thing during the day, and then it would only be in the off hours. Also, in regards to contracts and alternatives to those contracts, and Trish Cawley can speak to this a little bit more, But the contracts we have in place are favorable and advantageous to North Kingstown because of the revenue sharing that's involved. The other option we have is to provide the product directly through the cafeteria. And as you heard earlier, that impacts the revenues. One of the things I'd ask the committee to consider is when you hear the building principals, they're going to define what some of the programmatic impacts are, and that's what we're going to be asking for your direction on. That said, what I'm going to look for after the building principals speak and the cafeteria supervisor speaks is we have a list of the machines 1 through 26. And those machines, what I'd like to ask the committee to do is go through them one at a time and just give us direction. Yes, we want to retain the fund share as it is, or no, we would like to change the fund share and go from there. That way we can basically put the issue to rest. I can say from a procedural standpoint, income as it is now goes to one of two places. It either goes to the cafeteria directly. In all cases, we're keeping an eye on it through the cafeteria, directly to the cafeteria supervisor. The money is either distributed to an activity fund, which is tracked through the business office, or it's tracked through the cafeteria fund, which is tracked by the business office.
Ned, I'm missing my paper. Is there an extra one hanging
I
around?
don't have one either.
There might be some in the hallway on the table there.
Bring me one, Ethan.
If I understood the conversation correctly that we had, I think it was at the last school committee meeting regarding vending machine, I think we broke it down into two separate issues. Or we're looking to approach it in a process of two separate issues. The first being was to have accountability, transparency, and control of revenue from the vending machine. I think that the committee was, at this point, questioning where the revenues are being expended. I think the questions were around contracts, accountability, control of the revenue being collected from the machine's process. So to take, a step ahead and talk about where the revenue is being spent doesn't really address the heart of the matter that we're trying to discuss and that I think we've been asking for the information on. I think that's secondary, where the revenue is expended. I think the first question is contracts, accountability, revenues. That's the first question. That's my initial concern, and I think that's the starting point. I think to start talking about where those funds are going is secondary. And very important, but a second step.
Maybe I misunderstood the direction. At present, we do track, what you have here on the sheet is what the income is to each one, and that is tracked through the kitchen supervisor. We've gone to Coke in the cases where we weren't able to fill in the blanks for what the agreement was and what the revenue sharing was. At this point in time, and I'll defer to Trish Cawley, at this point in time, we can say with clarity, we know what the income is for each machine, where it goes, and that it's being tracked. And we started that process back in the November-December timeframe. I don't know.
I guess my first question is, and again, I can only speak for myself, not the whole committee, but the starting point for me is the accountability in the process, policy. You mentioned there's 26 machines throughout the district. How many contracts do we have?
I would ask Trish for the number of contracts that cover that.
And is every machine covered by a contract?
Madam Clerk.
No, let's...
Tricia's going to answer.
The vast majority of the machines are covered through Coke. There are some machines that we do not have contracts on right now.
So, my
I'm
question...
sorry, I can't hear.
The majority of the contracts are through Coca-Cola, but there are some machines that are out there right now that do not have a contract.
So the machines that are currently, how many machines are currently on the contract with Coca-Cola?
That's the question.
It would be, I would say, I could just take them in. I believe 21.
Okay, so that would leave 5 machines that aren't covered by contracts with Coca-Cola. Are they covered by contracts with another company besides Coca-Cola?
Yes, not necessarily a contract. There's a machine in the high school that is done, I think it's under the strength account, and it's done by a private contractor.
So who's the private contractor?
I believe it's ABC Vending, is what I was told.
And we don't have a contract with them?
No.
It's a verbal agreement?
Verbal agreement with the strength.
I'm sorry, which is the last?
It's called the strength account.
Strength?
What kind of account is that?
Oh, okay.
Who's these contracts that are entered into? Who's the authorized signature? Who's signed for these contracts to be entered into?
The contracts are authorized by some people who no longer work here in the district, some who do, but I do want everyone to be aware that because of the age of the contracts, the commission that is coming towards the district is double the amount that if we were to undo it and redo it again.
Well, that's fantastic, but the issue at hand here is the accountability and the control. The only people that are authorized to enter into those contracts is the director of business and the superintendent, and unless their signatures are on the contracts, and those contracts need to be ratified by the school committee. So I would question whose signatures are on the contract and who authorized that person to enter into those contracts.
The Betty Prairie's name is on contract. She was a previous cafeteria supervisor. Keith from way back when, Keith Kenyon. Jerry, are you on it? Yeah, it's the Jerry Foley and the other contracts. I'd have to look. Those are the 3 names that come to mind.
There's one particular contract that comes to mind for me that I have been able to see. I'd like to see the other 21 contracts that we have. I've seen one contract. This one contract, basically the wording in it makes the school district liable for workman's comp if the vending guy gets hurt while he's emptying or filling the machine. So those are, again, those are liabilities that we expose the school district to and the town to, and that's the reason why we need the accountability of those contracts going through the business office, our legal counsel reviewing those contracts before we enter into them, rather than just having the freedom of who's entering into a contract. I mean, can I be reminded?
Do you have the copies of the contracts?
I believe we've got, if I recall, there's 8 that serve, I'm not sure how many of those machines. But yeah, I'd have to sit down with you and take a look at them.
No.
This is, I mean, so the committee understands this is consistent with the same kind of issue we found with the waste contract, which was, we didn't have records available until the committee asked the question, where is this information, what's going on here? And until we started digging into it, we didn't know what we didn't know.
Now, can I just finish my thought?
Yeah, finish yours.
Thank you. As I said, the point of where the revenue from the machines is being expended is secondary to me. I'm sure it's going to very worthwhile causes and programs and whatnot. That's not the question that I have. The question is the accountability, adherence to policy. And I have to say, I know this has been a long-running, outstanding practice. I'm disturbed by what I'm hearing.
I can only answer for the
I know. I understand. I'm going to propose.
Checks are either cut monthly or quarterly. They're designated what machine goes to what amount.
I'm going to propose a motion to the committee at this time that we turn over the policy issue and the accountability, this whole vending matter. We turn it over, or we have the business office work with the town's audit committee to address these discrepancies.
I second that motion.
I just want the committee to understand, since the November action, when we were tasked to review this and see where the money was going. We have identified each of the sources, and we've determined what the income is. Now, the income you have in these spreadsheets is what we think the approximate annualized income is going to be, because we can't speak for what it's going to be throughout the rest of the year. However, we can say with clarity that we are tracking each check that comes into the district, whether it be income we derive from stocking machines or income we would derive from the companies that bring the money in. The only one that I didn't have a direct handle on was the strength machine, and Mr. Kenyon gave me a written report on that of $770 to date, and that's a one-year period. We approximated $1,000 on your sheet. But those are the revenue checks that we are tracking now and confirming they're either going into activity accounts or they're going directly into the cafeteria. So we are tracking that information moving forward. I can't speak to how it was handled into entering into those contracts, some dating back to the late 90s. That I can't speak for.
Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and staying with us tonight. Much appreciated. A couple of quick points. And as we've talked about now, the audit committee, we've talked about tone, about impact on the town as well. I think it should be pointed out that, do you know that the town has no controls over their vending machines?
I know that they're outside.
Well, hold on. We're talking about the audit committee. We're talking about impact on the town and liability to the town, so it kind of works both ways.
I know they're in the community center outside the fire department.
The unions place them. The town controls, the town operations, the town council has no view into those contracts or operations, the money, whatever it goes to. It's discretionarily handled that way. I would say that we are extraordinarily more in control over our vending machines and our accounting and our auditing of our own machines than is happening townwide. So I would suggest, any notion of going to the audit committee should start with the town, first of all, because they clearly have, and I verified that and checked. They're out of the vending machine business. They don't know what contracts are out there. The answer was simply the unions handle it. Now, I would take that to mean, operationally, I'm going to keep going there for a moment, that if the teachers' union decided they wanted to get into the vending machine business based on town operations, that's perfectly acceptable. There's no policy, there's no guiding procedure that would maintain that. So I would say that while obviously entering into these agreements is something that you should have oversight to, the office should see it, and that we should go through it, that the notion of that oversight, it's not necessary. In fact, it's arbitrary. And I think that the money is pretty well accounted for here, that it does go, and I think you've already relinquished the fact that you think the money's being spent properly. I know that discretion, well, I get maybe that's point two of where we're headed, but I do think that this $58,000 or however we're spending is probably being done in the best interest of the kids, and that this probably shouldn't be altered. And I think that if we're going to apply a standard that's going to apply to everybody, then it should go all the way around, and that if we're going to have a motion like this, then we should include in the motion that the town do the exact same thing, so that town-wide liability.
First off, the town is totally out of our jurisdiction. You can include that case in front of the town council. It's not in the jurisdiction of the school committee. Your points are well taken. It may be valid. I don't know, but I can't. That's for the town council and the town manager to address. Secondly, if you're saying that we have 5 machines out there, we don't know whose names are on the contracts, we don't know who signed the contract, we've got contracts that people signed on the contracts that aren't authorized signatures of the contracts. If you call that accountability, controls, transparency, oh boy. So my motion is to bring some accountability to this process. This has been a debate that's going on for years in this public and at the school committee meetings. Let the people who have the financial expertise of the audit committee work with our school administration on this matter. And for people that are opposed to that, I would question, why are you opposed to it? What harm does it cause? What harm does it cause? It doesn't cost us a nickel. It's a volunteer committee. Yes, I've made a motion. It's been seconded.
Any discussion?
I like to discussion.
Just a minute.
Yes.
No, then Kim.
reference to what Larry said and going to the audit committee, let's bear in mind that the audit committee was put in place, since you want to bring the town in, to oversee and overlook and to give us suggestions in the school department and about where the machines go in the town. I guess I've been here a long time, but not on the school committee. The one at the fire station goes into the fireman release fund. I also checked into that. And it was something that was started. The one at the police station go for their little league. And it was something that was started, I guess when Chief Moon was here. And nobody in here knows when Chief Moon was here, probably but me and one more back there in the back. So, not going with the audit committee, I second the motion. And telling us what to do with the town, Mr. All, I think you're holding up progress when you say we don't need the audit committee. That was ordered by the Auditor General, that we have an audit committee. And this is one of the things that they can do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The notion of consolidation of services and consolidation of operations plays across the board. So I don't think we should, I fail to see why we need to be selective here. Sure, that's entertaining, Larry, but it seems like it seems like we discretionarily get to pick which items can be considered for consolidation.
Not under my jurisdiction.
So right under the consolidation committee is under that. Can we consider that? So do you think that there should be a town-wide vending machine policy and operations that you can look across all of those, out of all of those procedures and see what's going on? The point is that if you send this to you send this element of the school committee to the audit committee, and they come back with a recommendation, for example, to expose those revenues, count them, and take them, and the town council needs to reduce that budget. That's a possible outcome that could happen at any time. With all due respect, Larry, I'm just trying to make a comment here. Why wouldn't the town expose the same revenues and look at that the same way when it came time to appropriate? This is not as simple as just laying out the schools to bear. So it's not that I'm against the idea of transparency or clarity. I do want transparency across the board, and I don't want double standards. And that's what the consolidation subcommittee is set up to do, apparently.
Kim?
No.
Have we had Mary Ann take a look at any of our contracts to...
No.
Okay. I guess, one of the things I think the audit committee is going to come back to us and say is that we should make sure we have a vending machine policy, which is on the agenda tonight. And I guess I would like to move forward with that, because that does build in some stricter controls that we have. And I think that could, at least from here on out, we will be restricted from having any contracts that would only, or would be restricted from having any contracts that would be done by anyone except for the business office.
Larry, then Renee.
Ned, how many contracts do we currently have at the business office for vending machines?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Because they extend over the course of different years, and I don't know. Is Trish still here?
It's just a second.
Trish, do you know how many contracts total it is?
How many what?
Contracts total?
We have 26 on this list.
The check that comes into the business office covers 15 machines.
Yeah, 15 machines, but there's 26 total. So there'd be I'd have to look.
The fact that we I know we don't have this information at our fingertips. I can understand that, but it's on the agenda tonight. This has been a long-standing discussion. As far as, just to finish up on the town aspect of things, you may have some very valid points, and I would suggest that you state your case in front of the town council at their next meeting. Go ahead.
Renee. I guess when I hear the suggestion to send something to the audit committee, I think like that there's an allegation something
untoward is taking place. So I guess I'm asking, what are we asking the audit committee to do? Is it not something that our business department can do? I'm asking, what is it that you're asking the audit committee
I'm
to look
asking
at?
the audit committee to work with our business department, and that might be a better question for the audit committee and the business department, but what I'm suggesting is that the business department work with the audit committee, reviewing policy, reviewing contracts that are in place or may not be in place, the validity of those contracts, the process for accounting from the revenues out of the machines, the accounts that revenue is deposited into, basically the work that an audit committee would do. That's what they were formed for. I mean, if you go and read their ordinance and their charge, that was their purpose. And why there's such a pushback to not utilize that free service is beyond me.
I'm not pushing back, just for clarification. I'm asking what it is we're asking them to do, because I'm wondering I don't know what we're asking them to do. That's what I need to know.
I mean,
what is wrong?
So she can understand it.
I guess I'm really asking honestly. I'm not trying to push back. I'm asking what is it that we're looking for.
One thing is wrong is we don't have contracts on some of these things, and we have contracts that have not been administered properly according to our policy, that all contracts are through the administration. So we need to put this back into check and back through the administration as the way it should be. I have here tonight policies from other school districts. We're way off here. We're way off. We don't have clear accountability. We don't know where our machine contracts are, who's loaning them, who's responsible for them. Okay? And it's no different than when we sent the whistleblower policy to the audit committee. And they've done a fantastic job. And they didn't cost us anything. If we send it to Marion Carroll, it's going to cost us more money. But they are qualified and they are appointed by us to do this.
So if we send it, we're not necessarily saying we think something's being done illegal or something.
No.
That was my first thought. That's why I'm asking. Okay.
No, in fact, I think that when Ned addressed the fact that this was, in some respects, similar to when we looked into the waste issue,
management, exactly.
and there was really no accountability, et cetera. Similarly, I think vending machines, for those of us in the business for a long time, vending machines went different places in our schools. It wasn't that it was misappropriated. It was just that the restrictions or the kind of where it was channeled was very different 15 years ago than what it is now. That, yes, in many districts you have to go to the business office, you have to have the contract. So, I mean, there's been, because of differences that have occurred with policy, that has changed. But, I think if you look back for many of the districts, we were probably similar. We're just catching up in this particular area, probably. And plus, there's so many of them.
But then basically, we're just asking them to review everything that's in place and recommend things that should be in place, and just give us a clear accounting in concert with our business office, who, you've provided a document. I guess that's why I'm wondering, because this tells us where the money's going. So you're just looking at an all-encompassing thing that we're just passing off to another committee, so to work with Ned to do some of the work with.
That's what the audit committee's charge is. And I'm just looking at a letter from the Auditor General dated July 25th, 2006. Includes an information to establish an audit committee within town government, implementation and recommendations contained in our report, as well as the creation of an audit committee and the adoption of written policies and practices. We create and foster a healthy operational environment in the town of North Kingstown. That's what their charge was. Mm-hmm. That's basically what it comes down to. So,
I think this would be very helpful to Ned, because the meeting we had 3 weeks ago, he admitted, because I was asking him, do you have this? He's had a hard time getting up with things. And you sat right there before we changed the arrangement. And I said, you can't find this? He said, no. And I'm sure he couldn't find it, because things are every which way in that office. So this is to the best of our advantage. He couldn't find some things that was very important to us. And I asked him about 2 or 3 things. Remember, Mr. Draper?
Yes, and some of it is just by virtue of age. Some of the records Yeah, they're 10 years out.
You didn't say that, Dave.
Kim?
I don't have any problems for the audit committee to give us some direction on this, but I don't want to wait a year, as we have with the whistleblower policy, to get this back. And so I would urge our committee to continue to move ahead on the vending machine policy. And I guess my other question would be, though that first one wasn't a question, but a question I have would be on some of the oral contracts that we have. And I say oral contracts because while they're oral agreements, that's still the same as a contract. So on some of those oral contracts, would we be able to get them in writing? And if we get them in writing, will we be able to get the same good deal as we've had orally? Okay. So that may be something that we want to make sure that we present to the audit committee, that, and we may want to think about and have a discussion at some time as to, okay, if something that was orally agreed upon becomes in writing a lesser charge, how much are we willing to sacrifice? Because an oral contract, it can be valid.
All set.
It's just not necessarily best practice.
My name is
You
Julia
didn't attend
Dickinson.
council Monday, did you?
I'm your representative on the audit committee. The audit committee has dealt with this, so I was eager to jump in when you were wondering what the audit committee would do. I can tell you exactly what they do, because one of these contracts was presented to us at our last meeting. You have 4 outstanding professional CPAs on that committee, and you have me, a mere attorney. But, their reaction was unanimous. I'm not speaking for the audit committee. I encourage you, though, to go look at the live web feed of our meeting. Their reaction was pretty unanimous and striking in that the overriding issue here is one of control. That's where the audit committee attacks this. This is for you to accept or reject. There is no question about that. The issue is one of control. The issue for an auditor is revenues in need to be accounted for and controlled. They're not, according to best accounting practices. That's all they're going to do for you. As a matter of fact, Dick August, another member of my committee, presented Doug Ross' concern that we also look at the town. Not a problem. It makes perfect sense. These controls, it doesn't matter who controls the vending machine, because the other thing everybody was crystal clear on, there is no debate. We have nothing to say about what you do with the money. The auditor's job is to make the money more available to you, to maximize negotiation potential, to maximize revenue and control. That's a foregone conclusion with auditors. That's their job. They're excellent. That said, if you don't like the best practices, auditing practices they're going to give you in the form of a policy, of course, you can reject it. But that is certainly their role. They didn't seem to be confused at all about the fact that controls are lacking, and we don't really care why. This is our job. Obviously, we all know there's a lot of policies that haven't been implemented. But here's a good place to start. The public, every year we get this comment, right, on the audit. You're missing significant policy. Well, here's one we can supply for or help you with. The auditors, I just wanted to mention, the committee noted, in addition to lost negotiation opportunities, revenue potential, there are, for individuals involved who sign these contracts, they may be who, if they're taking money into private accounts or something like that, because there's no policy involved, that lack of policy endangers individuals who do this. They may be subject to, tax ramifications. It's not fair to the individuals operating without a policy. So if you want to know where the audit attacks this and how they look at it, I think I've honestly tried to summarize, and Larry, you were at the meeting, as best I can. That's all they do. It would exactly be, as April pointed out, what we did with Whistleblower. I met with Dick August and Jim Riley, but we really did try to minimize his impact on the subcommittees to save money, really. And we produced a policy with, I think, minimal expenditure. So that's where we come from. I am your representative, so if you ever have questions like this, don't hesitate to contact me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Just for some background, let's not forget that this was brought up 4 years in a row, asking about vending machines. At first, the answer was, we don't know. And then the first we got was from Ned last fall, which is essentially what we're looking at here, which is estimates from the machines. We asked for the contracts. They weren't provided, so we did an APRA on January 25th. It took 52 days to get the Coke contracts. After my suggestion, call Coke and have them fax you the contracts. They've got to have contracts. There's Pepsi on here and there's others. Those two things, 4 years, 52 days, $150 for an APRA, are red flags. They're red flags. When you go into audit a business, whatever or a school system, that's transparency and accountability. If you don't have it, there is a responsibility. What other contracts are out there that the school committee doesn't have control over? So that's an overall, arching thing. That if someone was going in here doing a controls audit of you guys, which isn't a difficult thing to do, they'd see something like this, and the first question would be, what other contracts are missing? You have employees signing for contracts. They're 10 years old. I believe the state law says that contracts for a school should be 3 years. They're 10 years old. You don't maintain them in the office. They're payable to employees' names. The outside auditor said there's no backup information. I would suggest that the audit committee had some very strident comments, and I would suggest, agree with Mrs. Teckington, that you all look at that video, because they were quite concerned that something like this was going on. And they just kept on looking at the contract and finding more issues with it. So that there's the secondary thing where the money should go, but it shows two things: a lack of controls and a resistance to provide information. It took 4 years and you can look at the minutes, every budget season for the past 4 years, this issue's come up. And even now, these are estimates. These aren't actuals on this, and we are almost through this year. So you still don't know exactly what these machines are producing. And oh, by the way, vending machines are pretty tightly controlled by companies like Coke and Pepsi. All you have to do is email them or call them, and they can give you the revenues for however long you're looking for the past 2 years, 3 years. It's not difficult to get.
Okay. Quick out question? All the question. Karen, do you need to have it repeated?
Yes.
The motion is to turn over the vending machine policy.
One more comment.
Linda Avanzato, 29 Collins Court. I think you're going in the right direction if you opt to work with the audit committee on this. I think they can help with the policy, they can help in general, they've got the expertise. Janice, what you said earlier about a lot of districts probably have operated this way in the past and have slowly evolved. So I think you're going in the right direction to do that. I don't know about the town side. I don't know why look at the town and not the school, since you're the school committee. I mean, leave the town to the town. I mean, I guess the audit committee could look at both. And that's it. I just think that they could help with the policy. I looked at the vending policy that's before you, and I think you could have a lot more controls in there and a lot more specifics in there. And the audit committee can help with that.
One quick comment before we vote. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
I just say, and Julia, thank you for your comments. Nothing against the audit committee. I think that's the right way to go. You can't argue against the fact that you'd like to account and generate controls for everything we do. It's very important that this is a comprehensive issue regarding all vending machine revenues, because of the fact that once those revenues are exposed, they're vulnerable to cut. And I'm not going to go into what's happening to those revenues now. I think we all know that they're paying for the field trips, they're paying for the kids' lunch, they're paying for things discretionarily at these schools that we need desperately. you know, I just think we have to be very careful, because what happens is, as I've seen now with each consolidation opportunity, that while we call it extraordinary cooperation, it generally ends up at a proposed cut to the school's bottom line somehow. So that's why I'm just being extraordinarily careful and mindful of the school's ability to pay for things. That's it.
Call the question, please. Karen.
The motion is to turn over the vending machine policy issue and accountability to the Town Audit Committee to address inconsistencies.
That was with the business.
Can you read that back, please? I'm sorry.
To turn over the vending machine policy issue and accountability to the Town Audit Committee to address inconsistencies.
I think my motion was to have the business office
Work with them.
work with the
Not turn over.
with the audit committee to address accountability of vending machine operations.
Say turnover. You better straighten out. Come on, I'm sitting over there. Straighten out.
To have the, this is how you want it, so to have the business office work with the vending machine policy issue and accountability with the Town Audit Committee to address accountability.
No, there's too many accountabilities in what you said.
I think it was to have the business office work with the town's audit committee to address accountability
of vending machines.
Of vending.
Operations of vending machines. And operations of vending machines. Sorry.
Okay. To have the business office work with the Town Audit Committee to
address policy and operations of the vending machines, school department's vending machines. Thank you, Karen. Sorry, I know it's late.
We'll get it. Okay, to have the business office work with the Town Audit Committee to address policy and operations of the school department vending machines.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who seconded that? Did someone second?
Mel. Yes,
Okay.
Larry and
Okay.
Mel had originally.
Roll call on that? Roll call vote.
Janice?
Yes.
Kimberly Page?
Yes.
Douglas Roth?
Yes.
Melvoy Benson?
Yes.
April Brunel?
Yes.
Larry Cerisi?
Yes.
Renee Cockrell?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Could I make a suggestion, if there are no objections, that we have, we ask Ned or the superintendent to draft a letter reflecting that vote and send it to the chairman of the town's audit committee, and a copy to the school committee members as well?
Good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, it was the pleasure of the committee to continue here.
I think we're
I don't think we can,
There's a lot of people waiting.
unless they want to go.
I know that we had gone from
Yeah, we motioned to move to 4, 3, and
and then
5.
4A,
At athletics.
5.
Relative to that motion, we'll be on 4A5 athletics.
So that's what we should, we'll go to athletics.
No, we don't have a presentation. I think it was just asked that it's on there.
Uh-huh.
Well, we did defer
It was just that.
D1
Right.
until Mr. Kenyon was here, so I think at least we should talk about D1.
Yeah, I think the question on D1 was the coaches' stipends for the summer camp. How are the coaches' stipends for the summer camp determined? What formula was used to determine the coaches' stipends for summer camp? And I know Ned wasn't sure, and
Can you address that?
I'll do the best I can, but I don't run summer sports camps. Aaron Thomas does. I don't know exactly what the formula is. I know that it's level of coaching experience, whether it be high school, middle school, that kind of thing, college level. I know it's the number of hours that the camp runs. Some certain camps run for longer periods of time than others. Maybe the number of kids in the camp. I'm not sure. I don't run summer sports camps, so I can't speak on behalf of Aaron, but I think that those are the pieces of the pie that create the salaries.
No.
You're correct, Mr. Kenyon. Mr. Thomas was here before the beginning of the new year and gave a report on the summer camps, and we asked him about it, and he talked about how the money is put back in to buy the equipment for the camp. So, only question I have is, before we vote these salaries for the summer camp, how is the enrollment for the summer camp coming up? It's a very expensive affair, because I remember asking him, it's only 1 week for 3 days for basketball or 2 days for something, and every one of the activities was in the $100 range. He was here about October last year and gave a complete report. So the only question I have is, will we be held responsible if the enrollment is not enough and these people have been engaged to work for the summer? But the way it worked, he explained it to us that the camp was self-sustaining. Only thing, you have to come through the school department, and I guess it's issued on the school department.
Once again, not speaking for Aaron, but I know that in the past some camps have been canceled because of a lack of enrollment, and the person that's been appointed to coach that particular camp, there's no salary paid to that person. The camp is
well, I would like for that to be, I know you can't speak for him, and you're the athletic director, but if we approve this, I'd like for a letter to be sent to Mr. Thomas so that he can explain to the people, because he clearly stated that some of the coaches and the people who participated in it, they did it for their summer work. So, I guess the enrollment, when is the date for the enrollment up? You're the athletic director, maybe you should know that.
It's like summer school, Mel. I don't run summer school and I don't run summer camps. It's not under my jurisdiction. It's run by Aaron Thomas through the direction of the school committee. It's done. I don't run summer camps. It's not my job responsibility.
All right. We've already had stuff sent home to the kids about summer camps because because I've received, well, I'm just letting you know, that I've already received the things about camp and sign up and that sort of thing, so things have already started, so I'm sure it won't be before a short time where they'll know as to what their staffing needs are, and that may be even why this is in front of us now.
I think their staffing needs, it depends on when the camp is held, Kim. If a camp is held in late June, those decisions will have to be made probably in early June, and ones that are held in August, they can hold off for a while, But like I said, Aaron makes those determinations if they have enough people, because if they're going to lose money on a camp by having low enrollment and there's more money paid out for T-shirts and the coaches' salaries, Aaron's going to cancel them and take a step back and refund people their money and not pay any of the coaches any salaries.
I see the principal here, so he can carry our concerns back to Mr. Thomas, and I'm amazed that the athletic director doesn't have anything to do with something as important as summer camp, which deals in athletics. So, Mr. Foley, did you understand what I said? Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Just for time's sake, I'm going to make a motion to accept D1.
Second. All in favor?
Discussion?
Go ahead, discussion.
We had several questions regarding the 08-09 budget. On page 187, outlines, page 187 outlines,
On the motion or something different?
yeah, this is the budget for the summer camp. Improve the program without knowing the budget. The summer camp is on page 187 of the budget. There's expenditures in that section of the budget for supplies and materials, but there's no salaries proposed in that section of the budget for the director and for the coaches. Now, understandably, as I said earlier, the salary, it's a self-sufficient operation. The salary for the coaches and the director comes from the revenues of the tuition paid by the campers that enroll in the summer program.
I can't say why this wasn't picked up in the actuals. The only thing I can think of, it was picked up on a different account number. For some reason, it didn't make it in here because of it being a special revenue.
The special revenue for the athletic sports camp, it's the account numbers are 276 and 275, which is the account numbers I'm looking at, and that's what the director and the coaches falls under, and the budget reflects zero expenditures for those positions. There is expenditures in the budget for supplies and materials. So I guess my concern is the accounting practice there, for tracking. Also, as I mentioned earlier, let me reiterate the point that I believe the goal that we heard from Mr. Thomas last year for the sports camp is to offer these services to students and residents of the town for the summertime, as well as hopefully derive income revenue from the sports camp to use for other activities, whether it be athletics or school activity funds or whatnot. So my concern here is that we're maximizing the potential of those funds that we're given to athletics or to the school activity funds that we derive from the sports camp. So that's why I'm trying to get a handle on how do we account for these coaches' salaries, the director's salary, and how do we reflect that in the budget?
The only explanation I can give specific to where the director and coaches is not listed there is it's the 275 accounts, and where the 276 accounts are down below in the supplies area. But for some reason the 276s didn't come over. But that would just be relative to the special revenue. So I'd have to take another look at it to see if it was picked up in another line that I wasn't aware of. But it'd be something specific to this 276 account in terms of what came over.
I don't have any additional questions pertaining to that motion or comments.
Could we ask for some clarification you don't have the information right now, but could you look into that and bring that information back to us? And
I'll look into the
information from Mr. Thomas regarding, how the salaries are.
One of the observations I have just from the budget document is this looks to be these account numbers look to be relatively new compared to the rest of the account numbers that were tracked over time. So when you look at your actual expenditures, it shows nothing for FY05. I don't know when sports camps began. Did they begin in FY05? Do you know? So they've been around for a while? So there's probably a change in the account numbers that were used to track the expenditure, and where I was giving you a budget with actual expenditures, if there was a change in account numbers that were utilized, it would look at a skew. Right. So that's the only explanation I can have just by making this observation. If they were around in 2005, and I don't have any expenditures listed here, that's because it was under a different account number that didn't come over.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay. Any other discussion? There was a motion and a second to accept D1.
Yes.
Public comment?
I have a question for the chair. Is the budget for sports camps $38,000 or $80,000? There's two separate account numbers. Seems to be a lot of confusion. There's two.
I think it's probably a better question for Ned, but the page I'm looking at, it says for the sport camp athletics, $38,000. So, I think I would defer to Ned on that.
In the town budget, I believe I've given the page before, 81 of the town budget. It says 81 and 80. They're listed separately, and there's a total of 80,000, 50 for one, 30 something for the other. So that's probably something else that the school committee should get some clarity on. What's the total budget, as well as what Mr. Cerisi said, where the stipend's being paid from and how are they calculated. Thank you.
Does that need to be a direction from the school committee, or is that something you're going to do, Ned?
It's something I'll take care of.
Will you bring us a report? Okay, thank you.
I don't think I'll have it in time for the May 20th meeting, but the first meeting in June.
That's fine.
Thank you. Okay, motion and a second to approve D1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Yes, Larry.
Staying on the agenda item of athletics, I think some of the recommendations that came out of a group of students that were making had some questions and concerns and comments regarding our budget and where the cuts were in the budget. One of the suggestions that I had read from the students was to eliminate freshman athletics. I think obviously with the budgetary constraints and the fact that we're looking to add some positions back into the budget, it becomes necessary to scrutinize every more than we would have in the past. Perhaps it becomes necessary to scrutinize every corner of the budget. I would ask, and looking through the athletic budget, it doesn't break it down to that how many for a report as far as how many freshman teams there are, how many students participate in freshman athletics, and how much from the athletic budget is expended on freshman athletics. And I think that would be the first step to looking at that portion of the athletic budget, and not necessarily jumping to the conclusion of making that cut or suggesting that cut in the athletic budget. But obviously, to discuss those kind of things and make those kind of decisions, you need to have that information available to you, and that breakdown of information is not available in the current budget that we have in front of us. So, Ned, I would ask if there are no objections from the committee, if you would be able to obtain that information and provide it to the committee as well.
Regarding the program aspect to freshman sports and
I think the
participation?
two questions I asked were the total number of teams, total number of participating students, and dollar amount of the athletic budget that's expended on freshman athletics. I think those are the...
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't really, in all fairness, I couldn't really go any further into that discussion of freshman athletics without having that information available, so...
And I would just say beyond what's in our budget line items, I would defer to Athletic Director Kenyon in terms of the kids and the impact to which sports and that sort of thing. Because I wouldn't be able to break it down beyond what's in our budget lines. I'd defer to Keith to give me the detail.
Right, and I'm asking that we have that information presented to the school committee, whether it be from Keith or whether it be from the business office.
That's just a request.
Yeah, that's just a request. If there are no objections, again, my motive here is to...
You just want to understand the cost breakdown of freshman athletics.
Right. What's the cost breakdown? What's the potential impact? I don't even want to enter into that discussion when I can't even tell you how many teams there are. You know, that's a little premature.
Any objections to that?
Not at all, and
Vinny Sayati, 16 Viking Court. What's the purpose of where did this come from? It came from a student?
Yeah,
Aphrodisian's class, we had a huge report presented to the school committee on areas to look into that should be looked into, and it was a whole class of students from the high school that recommended this and asked us to look into it.
Okay.
They also asked us to look into how we use energy. It was a whole long list that we're supposed to look into.
So is that list public of what else they asked?
Yeah, I think
it was given out at school committee meeting, and they addressed the school committee.
They distributed a whole report, and I think you're probably available through the high school.
Okay.
But they distributed a whole report. So again, that's not a conversation that I'm comfortable entering into or even responding to if I don't have those basic facts in front of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug?
Just one quick comment on athletics. This is, and I understand it's just a request for information, because if we're moving down the road to start to look at athletics as position for possible offsets, that I suggest the committee not go into a ready, shoot, aim type thing. I think that you're, but information pointing at one particular area and saying, let's look there first, to me is ready, shooting, and then looking to aim. What I would look, if they want to do that, is to look at that a little more comprehensively, engage the athletic community, the whole program as a whole, and let them come back with what a set of priorities might look like on different dimensions. Because if we start to look at those types of priorities, my priorities aren't necessarily going to be your priorities or your values. And I cringe at the idea of wiping out freshman athletics at the high school. I don't think that's the way to go. We might be forced now, in the future, down the road, to look at how we reduce it. I just think that this is one of these areas that we need to be very diligent about how we do it and look at different areas.
And can I remind you that if that's the area you're going to go, then the way you need to do it is to ask the superintendent to look into it and then come back to you with recommendations.
Absolutely.
Can I just ask, what additional information would you recommend or suggest that we obtain through the athletic department or the business office or the budget, so we can look at that area more thoroughly to make informed decisions?
What would I be asking for? If I were looking at this, I would turn to the superintendent and say, hey, can we engage the athletic department in looking at what the program looks like, what the costs associated with all areas of it and among different dimensions are, and ask them to bring forward a possible recommendation or recommendations for us to consider.
Is that a suggestion that you would make?
Yeah, I would. I'm not offering that now. I'm not prepared to do that. I've seen enough budget issues tonight at midnight that I'm not sure I'm offering it. All I'm suggesting is that pinpointing one area to start that discussion is arbitrary to me.
So we can ask the superintendent to
Do that, too.
secure that report, either from the athletic director, and just bring that back.
And basically, I think that's a good way to go, Doug, and your idea is good, too. It was in honoring the request from Mr. Abedisian's class that pinpointed the area. I didn't pinpoint that area, and I'm not saying I recommend that. But, we were honoring them in other areas, too, by looking into energy and everything else. So, they had a good idea. Let's put the information out there, and let's go look at
Yeah, to dismiss them and say bad idea or great idea without having the information in front of you is kind of...
So we'll make it a little bit more comprehensive based on Doug's suggestion.
Yeah, have both.
Yes, that'll be a good idea.
Kim?
Are we moving on off the athletics?
I believe we are.
Okay. Then I would make a motion that we...
Just a second.
Okay.
One more comment.
All right.
Last year, when the school department finished its budget and voted on the item, the very first thing to come up was $50,000, restoring a $50,000 cut in athletics. Last July 23rd, I believe, there were cuts needed to balance the budget of $2 million, and the athletic director said, my budget's been cut from $190 to $160, and there's going to be some, pain. And I think Mrs. Benson said, are you threatening us? And conversation ensued. We have since found out it's not 160 or 190. That's essentially the athletic office, the director, the clerk in the office. The athletic budget is more like $600,000. There's another $80,000 in sports camps, and then there's money that goes in the athletic activities fund. There's an athletic fund, and there's just between the athletic fund, baseball, basketball, and football, there's another $72,000 in there where that comes from. So that a request, and I think this follows on Mr. Cerisi's request and also Mr. Roth's request, is how many teams are there, what are the programs, how many students are enrolled, and what is the total budget for each? And where does the money come from? Does it come from the general fund? Does it come from the Booster Club? Does it come from fundraising? And I think those are the important things. The other thing is that Mrs. Brunel brought up, that the students in Mr. Abadesian's class brought up a number of issues, and one of them was pay for play. And there are some interscholastic sports where in the budget it says contribution $100. That's as close to pay for play as you're going to get. That is not consistent with the RIDE directive. So that I would suggest that you look at programs where it does look like it's pay for play and find out if you are, regardless of any votes that were taken previously, we're not going to support this one, we're not going to fund this program or that program, that you are compliant with state law and directives from the Rhode Island Department of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. As explained at the meeting at the library, and I believe Mr. McGuinn was in attendance, the boys swimming team is the issue that he's bringing up. I met with the parents. You added it as a non-funded program this year. I met with the parents. We got together, and we said we have X amount of dollars. We have a contribution from the Booster Club to get the program started. We have a balance from last year's budget, which is housed in the student activity account. I said, this is the amount of dollars it's going to take to run this program based on my budget projections of transportation, dues and fees, officials, coaches' salaries, those kinds of things. Do you want to go out and raise the money? We can find ways to raise the money. Or would you like to just contribute and put a check in? Everybody in the meeting that night, the parents were the ones that would much rather write a check and support the program instead of having to go out selling candy bars or door-to-door kind of things. They made the recommendation to raise that money. It wasn't a pay-for-play situation. It was created by the parents of the boys swimming team that did not want to do fundraising efforts, which rather just write a check to support the program. We do not get $80,000 in the athletic budget from summer sports camps. What Mr. McGuinn is referencing is, I believe, and I can't speak once again for Mr. Thomas, there's probably brought in a gross is about $80,000 a year based on camp tuitions and those kinds of associated revenues that come in from the camps. I believe the number somewhere is around $30,000, which is the net after expenses, salaries, everything else is paid out of the camp fund that is held within that individual sport account. So when there's a boys lacrosse summer sports camp and there's $2,000 derived as a benefit from running that sports camp, that is under the direction, it's held here in the business office, under Mr. Thomas's direction, along with the head coach of that particular sport, that money can be used and approved through the business office. And it is broken down by various sports with the various sports camps we offer. It is not a lump sum that comes into the athletic budget as being portrayed. It goes in individually into those sports. It is held and housed in the business office and is subject to all rules pertaining to purchasing and ordering of equipment through Ned Draper's office and the superintendent's direction. It's that simple. And Aaron and I came to you with two presentations, one last summer and one again in the fall, and explained the summer sports camps, explained the Booster Club's role when Fred Utley came with me that night, and explained the athletic budget. And there's never been any push on our part to hide that we're a $190,000 budget. We know we are. We're $600-something thousand budget. That's the way it's been. And that's who we are, and that's what we've done. And I got to tell you, folks, if some of you are parents of some of our athletes, we have some coaches doing some wonderful and creative things to try to raise money to pay for non-league games and tournaments and buses, and we are carpooling. We are doing everything under our power to cut costs to stay on the budget. And there's some remarkable people that do that in this district, and there's parents that are leading the charge, and we're doing everything we can to stay afloat. And do we have creative? I'd be more than happy to provide you the numbers for freshman sports. It's certainly something to look at. It's an option to look at. I'll tell you, we only have 3 organized freshman sports. We have football and the 2 basketballs, both men and women's. But we do have freshman state meeting track, freshman state meeting wrestling, that we participate with kids that there isn't a dedicated freshman team, but there are dues and fees associated with going to participate in the freshman state wrestling tournament, as you know, because your son participated in this year. And there's a cost associated with that, with dues and fees, and with buses that go with that too, although it's not a dedicated freshman team. So we'd be happy to provide the numbers for that. That's not a problem whatsoever. And Dr. Fair and I and Ned have discussed other options of saving money within the athletic budget as well. We're all putting our heads together to try to do the right thing to chip in here in the B team.
Thank you.
Keith, do you mind if I get a quick question before you follow? Just the notion of the difference between club sports and kind of a club participation and pay for play, right? My son's an avid participant in the middle school soccer program, and believe me, I've paid. Mrs. Cockrell's paid too. Happy to do it. I love it. That's not a pay for play situation. That program's been designated as a club sport, a club activity, sanctioned by the school committee to exist, so that because there's activity and interaction that's happening at the school level to make it go, but its fundamental existence fiscally is at the club level, which means it's self-funded. So however that group funds it, they pull it together. That's not pay for play.
No,
that's
definitely
just
not.
its existence as being club funded.
Right, and I think probably club is probably the incorrect term, Doug.
Yeah.
Doug, I view it as a non-funded interscholastic sport. That's really what it is. It's funded outside of the school budget from parents and groups of people, but it is truly interscholastic, just as boys swimming
You
was this
couldn't
year.
compete interscholastically.
That's
You're
the
a
club.
club.
There is nothing out there
There's
for clubs.
nothing out there, so you have to be
That's the
interscholastic.
distinction I'm trying to draw here. So it's a non-funded interscholastic sport. There's nothing in state regulations, RIDE, anything that says that those entities can exist, right, or can exist.
No, that's how sports...
Districts around the state do this.
It's happened, and I can tell you there's, like, for instance, Portsmouth hockey program. It's completely funded outside of their budget. The parents group started it. I think South Kingstown has done that. They made a commitment. We're going to fund it for 5 years. We're going to pay for the entire program. That's what they do. It's done across the state. And just to give you a little bit of history, every time, at least in my 24 years here, every time we added a new sport, budget times were a lot better in those days, but we paid for it in the first year. It was non-funded, and we paid for it with parents and contributions and everything else. And then the next year, the school committee absorbed it into their budget as a true sport, as one of their offerings. That hasn't happened. We've had soccer at the middle school levels. We've had track at the middle school levels. We've had wrestling at the middle school levels. We've had now swimming at the high school level that have all been non-funded activities that we find ways to raise money to happen. And one of the ways we do it is summer camps. There's no question about it. That money helps us to pay for some of the costs associated with those non-funded sports.
So the school committee would vote for participate, to kind of form the team and to participate at the statewide interscholastic level. That's what we commit to doing. The funding of the program, I use the soccer program as an example, it's a separate deal.
Completely separate.
And because it's a non-funded activity, those participants are on the hook, or however we're going to do it to raise the money. We know what we have to do to raise those funds to play. But that's commonplace around the state, right?
Yeah, it's around the state. Everybody's doing it. And give an example, like middle school track. They might utilize our school buses to take their trips, but they're billed. The money comes back, and they're billed accordingly, and they have to pay for those use of those buses because we don't pay any out of our budget.
Thank you.
Yes, Renee?
I think it's important to note also that no child is denied participating in those if they don't go fundraise or if they can't pay the money that might be requested by an agreement from the parents. Every child gets to participate in those if they make the team. They don't have to come up with any money.
No, and we had probably 3 or 4 cases like that this year, Renee, where parents called me and said, I can't afford it. Don't worry about it. That's not a problem. We went out and did additional fundraisers. We had breakfasts at Applebee's. We did other things. We had a carnation sale at the high school during Valentine's Day. We found other ways to cover those costs.
And I'm looking at your report, actually, that you gave us when you came. I think it was in January. And just as a reminder, we have 1,553 students participating in athletics in our district. That's a lot. And this is a great benefit to those kids.
Keith, on that number, are those unique students? Is that 1,500 or the 4,600, or is that count multiple athlete, not multiple?
Are you asking if it's a duplicated or non-duplicated number? It's a duplicated number.
Okay.
Kids there. Although at the high school level, I'll tell you, the way of the 3-sport athlete is taking a back seat. I mean, we're lucky to have kids that do 2 sports nowadays. It's dropped off. Kids are specializing more than they ever have before. So.
I just wanted to know what other number of funded sports that we have in the high school, and I'll make this a 2-pronged question. And when they are non-funded, what is the liability related to the town or the school committee? Number one, how many fun sports do we have in the high school? You spoke about the non-funded.
Can I see your sheets? I don't have that in front of me.
You didn't. Is that flipping me off? Or?
No, I'm getting the information you're asking for.
Well, no, you're the director, and I just asked the
Still, instant recall is not necessary, Keith.
You don't speak for me.
our non-funded sports at the high school are just boys and girls swimming. So we have 25 funded, we have 2 that are non-funded.
25 funded sports at the high school. The next question is, in this time of shortness in the budget and parental unemployment and the things that are going on, have you all considered not having as many sports, whether they are non-funded? You know, we parents are very vulnerable to when our kid comes home and say something from the school. Whether they are funded, we sanction them and everything, and I like the idea you say that no child is not denied anything. So have you considered not having as many sports at the high school as we have?
I would probably only go down that road now if, in fact, the numbers were so low to say that it's not a popular program. Our programs are at a very high level. We have a lot of participants that are, so I wouldn't think about cutting something that's offering a service and a benefit to our kids and our families.
Well, I was taking a page from our state university, and if you remember maybe 2 or 3, maybe a month ago, due to budget crisis and everything, they cut several sports, and kids that had scholarships were coming. I'm looking at the whole economic picture, because we may not be able to pay the light bill, the electricity bill, if things keep going up.
I fully understand that. I think the only thing, though, that you have to consider is a college athletic budget compared to a high school athletic budget are 2 different beasts. And what is a revenue generator in a college budget as opposed to what it's not, and usually those non-revenue generating sports are cut for those reasons. It's kind of it's apples to oranges. It's really tough to compare those two.
I understand that, but when we have all these sports in the school, we're using energy. We've just cut custodians. How are we going to do all of this? No more questions from you, but I don't see it, members, because we don't have the slightest idea what fuel will be. And every time those lights go on, you got to have heat in that. And if we're going to have that many sports, they all should be accommodated. May seem silly, but when you go for that 7 gallons of gas, I get $5 for that gallon of gas. People can't pay their tax bill, then we'll think. I look at the whole economic...
We've got to kind of move along here.
Yeah, we move along.
Well, if we're done with athletics, I had a...
I think Jerry had something.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Jerry Foley, high school principal. Just adding briefly to the discussion on athletics, everything that's said here is a lot of food for thought here, because we happen to have one of the terrific athletic programs in the state. We have hundreds of kids involved in both athletics and after-school activities. But as Mrs. Benson says, it comes with a price. Now, they do a phenomenal job, Keith, and the whole staff, fundraising, getting it all going, getting as many kids involved as possible. If you want to, look at that, you have to look at that maybe, but you're going to be taking away some things or activities that, it speaks for itself. I mean, as far as kids' involvement and kids doing better in school and all those things. So it's an area that I'm sure you don't want to look at, but as Mrs. Benson saying, maybe you have to. But I know that this particular department will give you a complete accounting of everything going on. And then the tough decisions would have to be made. The state does not believe, at least as now, or for now, in play for pay, because I volunteer for the Principals Association and the Interscholastic League, and we've never been for that. But more and more schools are struggling with the problem of transportation costs, how much does it cost for a sport, can they continue to fund these particular sports in the future, and it's a dilemma. And it's one of those things that happens sometimes, regrettably, that people think that, budget cuts and everything that's made is not going to affect their kids. Well, it does affect their kids. It affects the kids when you cut all the money we have to cut now this year in educational means and also extracurricular means. And there is an effect, therefore, on the education and the well-roundedness of our kids if we have to go down this route. But, so it's just a statement. I don't have any questions at all about this, but it's something I'm sure you'll have to consider in the future, this year and next year. But a lot of people working very hard on behalf of our kids and the well-rounded education the kids get here, which really makes us an exceptional school system. We hope we can continue to do it. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up comment. comment that Mr. Saadi made, that freshman suggestion arose from that report from Mr. Abadizian's classroom. And there's other aspects of that report, too. The one that comes to my mind is their suggestion of investing or looking into renewable energy sources has been a topic that we recently took up in our consolidation subcommittee meetings. So we're looking at all different aspects of that report, so I just want to make that clear.
I just did one final comment. I just really think that if you ask the athletic director and the people involved day to day, if that's what you're looking to cut, and it certainly it's on the board, just everything is on the board, I think you look to that individual who runs the program, as opposed to, you do have to answer to the kids that made that suggestion. You don't have to make the recommendation that that's where we'd want to go, because that might not be the way to go. But certainly include the the superintendent, the athletic director in any of those cuts, because I think he knows that program pretty well. And I think instead of going out looking for that silver bullet, I'd really ask you to ask him.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Who's got the bullet?
Well, I wanted to, since we've been talking about needing money, I wanted to give Ned authorization to start talking to the various groups who use our rental facilities. And so that was on the agenda tonight, that Ned was looking for a motion to recommend review of the facilities rental fees. And we had in our packets what we had done in the policy committee was lay out a chart of the different towns near us and what they charged. And so, but our committee did not want to make any sort of recommendation, and actually Dr. Fear and Ned said that their recommendation was that we talk to our rental customers to make sure we didn't put our fees up so high that no one wanted to use them or was able to use them, but at the same time that we started that conversation. And so I'd like to make a motion that we ask Mr. Draper to review the facilities rental rates with the rental customers.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I just make one comment to that, Kim. I would ask that, I'm sorry, I would ask that whatever direction we go in with the facility rental fees, whatever recommendations come forward from the administration, I really think we need to implement those changes effective July 1st or September 1st, the start of the budget year or the start of the school year, whatever direction we're going to go in. I don't think it's something that we can wait too long on. If there's a possibility to derive additional income from our rentals, I think that's something we need to take advantage of ASAP, So that's just a suggestion that I have and just a comment I wanted to make. So,
my comment on that is that when Mr. Draper look at all of them equal, I keep thinking about the small amount of fee that the YMCA pays and the amount of money that they charge the parents to use for the schools. And it was thought of in the past that that's a good organization, but their fees are extremely high. And they use the schools, they have these after-school programs, no activity to do anything, so in comparison to what the North Kingstown players would get.
Well, they'll be reviewing that.
I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
I have a comment I'd like to make for the committee comments.
You want to make a comment?
Yeah, we have committee comments on the ends, and I wanted to make a committee comment. Could we do that before we adjourn? Well, I don't know. The State Board of Regents is looking at a new high school diploma system. Currently, what our high school diploma system is, it's twofold. We have senior projects and our e-portfolio. However, the Board of Regents has decided they would like to give more weight to standardized testing as part of the new diploma system. That has not been something that is highly publicized, nor has it been something that parents are aware of. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Chase at the high school alerted our SIT team, the school improvement team, that this was going to happen. At that time, Sarah Baines and I, who are both on the high school improvement team, went to a statewide school improvement team that was held at Exeter West Greenwich, in which various SIT committees from around the state were saying to the board, were saying to themselves, "Oh my gosh, what are the Board of Regents going to do?" At that meeting, we all discussed as to what we saw as the problem with this new rate in the diploma system, mainly that for the first year of the kneecaps test, since they've been revised, only 22% of the Rhode Island 11th graders were proficient in math. Fortunately, here at North Kingstown, that was a much better statistic, and that we had about 44% of our students here at North Kingstown. However, if that meant that you had 1/3 of your graduation based on this test, we would have approximately 56% of our seniors who would not be passing, but we'd be asking them to do a 5th year in order to pass the kneecap test. Obviously, I do not think that that is a good idea, nor did Sarah Baines, nor did most of the people on the SIT committees around. Well, there wasn't anybody who expressed that that was a good idea from any of the SIT committees around the states. Last week, I went up to talk to the Board of Regents at their annual meeting to urge them again why this was not a good idea, and that I correlated to the state of Washington, which used to base all their graduation on the WASL, or the Washington Assessment of Student Learning. They decided in August, when they only had 67% of their students pass the math proportion of the WASL, that this was not a good idea there, and they now make it a 3-prong area in order to show math proficiency. Either you pass the WASL, or you take a course in math, or career math, or technical math to show your proficiency, or they have another standardized test that you can take. That is what we proposed to the state, that if they are going to go this route, that they need to be talking to the SIT collaboratives around the state. And so we requested another meeting in which they said that they would be glad to do. But I need parents to be aware that this is happening, because it does not seem, in the 2 meetings that the regents have had, that parents have been very aware that this is even going on. And I'm afraid what is going to happen is this is going to become an initiative, and people are going to be very surprised. So I need people to start contacting the regents to let them know their feelings of this, if they agree with it or not. We are doing our part in the SIT committee, and I will continue to do my part to work for our higher education for our students and not to have this down. But I wanted to make sure that that was known by the parents, and that is known so that people can start doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Any other comments?
Did anyone second my motion?
I did.
Okay.
I'll third it if you want. Anybody opposed to that?
Second.
Done? Adjourn. Meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Okay.
Well, I think basically what they want to do is they want to
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
And who to contact?